BBC News at 3 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has promised to issue 50,000 fewer low-skilled visas this year. Tomorrow, she'll set out her full plan to curb net migration, which stood at nearly 730,000 in the year to last June. One proposal is to end the recruitment of overseas care workers. The head of the National Care Association, Nadra Ahmed, said that would have a huge impact.
Let's be quite clear, we still have a workforce shortage of about 120,000 people. And actually, getting somebody from the domestic workforce would be our ideal. We have to go out to international recruits because we just are not able to, and have not been able to, for almost a decade, get a domestic workforce.
The Conservatives say more ambitious targets should be set for cutting immigration. President Zelensky has insisted that Russia must agree to a ceasefire before any talks on ending the conflict in the east of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has proposed direct talks in Turkey later this week, but did not respond to calls by European leaders for a 30-day truce to be implemented. Pope Leo has used his first Sunday message to call for an end to wars around the world. He addressed a large crowd at St. Peter's Square in the Vatican. Our religion editor, Ali Makbul, was listening.
In his first Sunday message, Pope Leo talked of the anniversary of the end of the Second World War, appealing to what he called the powerful of the world with the words, "No more war." He welcomed the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, and talked of what he said was the suffering of the beloved Ukrainian people, calling for a just and lasting peace there. On Gaza, the Pope said he was deeply pained by events there, appealing for the fighting to stop, humanitarian aid to be provided to what he called the exhausted civilian population, and for all hostages to be released.
Football and Newcastle have put themselves in prime position to secure a Champions League spot by beating rivals Chelsea 2-0. The win at St James's Park takes Newcastle up to third in the table. Their manager Eddie Howe thinks his players have the right mentality to seal a top 5 finish in their remaining 2 matches.
Well, I think our history certainly helps us in that. We've had some huge games, Champions League, 2 cup finals. So I think we are able to deal with them a lot better than we used to. I think there's an expectation now that every game here is a huge game, and you get used to that rhythm. Today I thought we dealt with it really well because we knew how important the result was, but you can't let that sway you from what are the core things that are important.
The Spanish football club Sevilla says its players and coaching staff were forced to sleep at their training ground last night because of violence by their own supporters. The club said there'd been what it described as organised vandalism outside of the facility. Videos posted online show fans tearing down a gate. Tennis, and Emma Raducanu is through to the last 16 of the Italian Open. She came from a set down to beat Russia's Veronika Kudermetova. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 3.
Sports Special.
Yes, a very good afternoon. I'm Tim Durrant inside Wembley. A huge thank you to James and Kerry out on Wembley Way for the past 3 hours. The drama began at 12:15 with ASC Whiteleaf in their first ever FA Vase final, looking to get past Whitstable Town and make Whiteleaf history. The game is still going. We are into the second period of extra time. Watching is Tom Mitchell.
So Whiteleaf 1, Whitstable Town 2. Just over 2 minutes of stoppage time left here at Wembley Stadium. Can Whiteleaf find an equaliser to take it to penalties? Gondo, edge of the area, cuts in onto his left boot. And now Gondo trying to find room to get a cross in. Still Gondo holding it up. And now lifted in. And it was a really poor ball there from Brown Barrett. Edge of the box with his right boot. A simple clearance to make, but throw here for Whiteleaf just in front of halfway. Good to take. So just under 2 minutes of stoppage time remain here at Wembley Stadium. Can Whiteleaf have a hero in waiting to take this to penalty kicks? Maskell on the left-hand side. No room to take on Thompson. Cross comes in for Tia to rescue. Easy head away there for Thomas. Now it's edge of the box with Gondo. Gondo trying to get onto his left boot, being forced further away from goal here from Thomas of Whitstable, but still Gondo has it. Now out on the left. Gondo trying to find room to get crossing. Now Tia to rescue takes control of things. Low passes the box from Johnson Palmer. Again, Whiteleaf trying to hold up with Ronnie Arotor. That's a really good challenge there, though, from Gerald Oboji. He's been terrific since coming on for Whitstable. So A throw for Whiteleaf in the attacking third. The last minute of extra time left. Obviously, wait to see how much stoppage time we'll have. I can't imagine too much. So Whiteleaf have it inside left, and that was a poor pass to Gondo. And now Cotton trying to steam forward to Whitstable, holds it up behind halfway. Still Cotton infield now. Omar and App now plays it in the centre circle. Is Healy onside? I think he is. A chance at Whitstable to wrap it up. Healy into the box, onto his left foot. Healy wide of the target. That was the chance for Whitstable to wrap things up. And he's wasted it. He was onside there, but he just didn't have the finishing touch. Still, hope remains for Whiteleaf.
Into the last 15 seconds now, Tom. We're about to see the board for added time in extra time. Why don't they get George Hill up there? He might as well go up at some point if it goes out of play here. As we click down 3, 2, 1, and that is 120 played, and we have 3 added minutes, listeners. Three added minutes.
Here we go, and Tier the rescue tackled there on the far side by Sittol, just trying to cheer up the Whitstable fans again. The Whitstable players have been great at geeing up the fans this afternoon. So in the sunshine at Wembley, 3 minutes of add-on time for Whiteleaf to save themselves. Can they take this to penalties? Throw taken on the far side. That's a heavy touch. I thought that came off the Mayo last, but it is going to be a throw for Whiteleaf again. So Tier the rescue to take. Short to the Mayo. Nice touch from him. Now Whiteleaf have it in the middle with Good. Good. Right-footed pass. Here's Maskell, moved out to the right side now. Maskell cross towards the back post. It's just too high in the end. Evades every green shirt in the box. Just a real frustrating moment. Just looked a real tired cross, to be honest, into the area there, George.
Yeah, and it's just not quite falling for them, is it? Maybe it's fitness or something like that. I don't know. They have missed Miko and Watson, I have to say. Miko and Watson were the providers of a lot of the goals this season. We don't 100% know why they came off. I believe they both came off during the second half.
That's correct.
So of normal time, I should add. They have missed a little bit of pace up front, it has to be said, which has been used certainly in the rounds that I've seen them against Egham and then against Andover.
As Coleman now takes the goal kick for Whitstable, the Whitstable fans again encouraging, trying to see their team over the line. It's their one last chance to Whiteley if they give it away inside their own half. Here is Aboji on the far side. Aboji carrying it towards the corner flag in front of the Whitstable supporters. Aboji cuts it back, and now Whitstable on the far side with Healy looking to hold up by the corner flag. About 3 Whiteley players around him, ended up just failing to keep it in play. So there was a chance of Whiteley to get this forward. 1 minute of stoppage time left. The fact actually is a throw-in on the far side, just a throw for Whiteleaf, taken short. So Whiteleaf now, as George said, they have to get this one forward. Here is Brian Barrett. Brian Barrett is slowly approaching halfway at the moment, just tired legs and Whiteleaf. There's one more piece of magic left in them. The goal they scored was brilliant. That feels such a long time ago now. Whitstable, to their credit, have turned this around. And they lead by 2-1 with 30 seconds at stoppage time left. Gondo for Whiteleaf in the 10 circle. Gondo desperately trying to find options. Their one last chance. Tiered the rescue. The left back plays it back for Gondo. De Meo wants it in the centre, gets it. Just under 30 yards and goal. Now it's in the attacking third. Ronnie Rotor. Rotor cuts in on his left foot. Rotor curls well off target. And I think that is the last chance of Whiteleaf. And it fell to Ronnie Rotor. Could certainly cut in and hit a really good curling shot on his left foot. But in that crucial moment, it just wasn't one of those times where Rotor could hit one of his beautiful left-footed shots well over the bar, and that should be that for Whitstable.
It looked like it was on, didn't it? It looked like he was on. He cut side. They worked it relatively well, kept their heads. Zach Antzer was screaming for it for a lot of that time. They're in space on the edge of the box, but they recycled it. Went back to Rodney Arota on the right-hand side, popping up because sometimes he's been on the left, looking for that curler. I'm sure he had a curler like that. It didn't hit the bar earlier, did it? But it went a whisker wide. I'm sure he's had a chance or two, something like that. Maybe I'm thinking Ronald Sittole as well. Similar player.
No, you are correct. Rotor did actually have a curler off the bar this match again.
Oh, he did?
He has it in his locker, as we've seen. But that one, it just felt a really tired shot. And Whiteleaf, they've given absolutely everything today. But
they have.
Credit to Whitstable again. The response from going a goal down, teams may collapse here, but their mentality's been superb, and it's just been a brilliant game of football, which again looks like that Whitstable will win. They're now seconds away. Again, we're a minute over the threes again. Whitstable did have a man down, slowly back on his feet.
See what the ref's going to do. George Hill is now, I should say, right up next to the centre circle if we do happen to have more time here, and Whiteleaf win it back. We've got the whole of the Whitstable bench up ready.
Yep, standing arm in arm. Again, the Whitstable fans making as much noise as possible on the far side. Whiteleaf fans, they're getting it as good as they got. They just look dejected now. Whitstable are almost there. Again,
what's going on in the Aldershot Spennymoor? Because they got to take the changing rooms. I was wondering earlier, Tom. I nearly said to you,
it is a mad situation, but it will be sorted again. So Whitstable are almost there now. It is Colmer just waiting to take this goal kick. It was Robbie Rees, by the way, that man who went down with cramp, just waiting to come back on. But Whitstable seconds away from winning the FA Vars. Colmer with the goal kick sails out of play. It's the one last chance for Whiteleaf to get this forward. Again, Craig Brown Barrett needs to get the ball as quickly as possible. It's a throw for Whiteleaf midway inside the half. Brown Barrett to Hill. Hill goes direct, right-footed. Now looking for Maskell. Flick on one, head away though by O'Mara, and there goes the final whistle. Heartbreak for Whiteleaf. It's been an incredible journey for them, but a huge congratulations go to Whitstable Town. They are your 2025 FA Vars winners. They defeated AFC Whiteleaf by 2-1, and they had to do it from behind. They opened the score. Whiteleaf opened the score in 17 minutes on the clock. A luxurious turn by Gasper Miko. Picked out Dan Bennett. It was the hero of the semi-finals against Andover New Street. He just clipped it over Dan Colmer, but back came Whitstable in the second half. Harvey Smith, who was awarded man of the match with the equaliser, his shot on the edge of the box did look to take a bit of a deflection, but Ronald Sittle with the winning goal for Whitstable in extra time. A ball over the top, initially forced a save out of George Hill, but it fell back to Sittle, left hand side of the box, hit it into the roof of net, and that turned out to be the winning goal. Again, Whiteleaf gave absolutely everything, but just not meant to be. Whitstable managed the game really well on the big occasion, and they are the 2025 FA Vars winners. But George, as I said, Whiteleaf gave everything, and what a journey it has been for them to be at Wembley for the first time, when again the original club folded in 2021, and they've just gone on this remarkable journey. They can be so proud of themselves. They certainly can. I believe it was the first time that this club, as AFC Whiteleaf, played in the FA Cup this season as well. They went out its first go in that to Corinthian, who are of a similar level to Whitstable, funnily enough. This was their last remaining proper cup this season. They lost that League Cup quarter-final to Hawley Town after the second leg against Andover New Street, which was very unfortunate on the Tuesday night. They'd recently played them in the league as well, Hawley Town. Yeah, they went and beat them 3-2, funnily enough, with 2 goals from Ryan Hall, who we didn't see today, because I think we were being told earlier, weren't we, that he was cup-side. Yeah, he hasn't played a single game in the FA Vars.
That's right, so he joined later on in the season. And obviously then going out to Hawley in officially I think it was the League Cup, but the Premier Challenge Cup quarter-final, 2-0, and they've now gone out of this. The one thing I would say is that Whiteleaf are now waiting to play in the playoffs, most probably. Well, they're going to be in the playoffs, because if the points deduction, which we haven't mentioned all afternoon, is given to Jersey, if the points deduction stands, they will finish second to Red Hill. If Jersey don't get the points deduction and top the league, then Whiteleaf will finish third. So they're in the unusual situation now where they've lost a final, but they will have to mentally, I'm just thinking about it in my head, watching that game, I got so emotionally involved in that game that I'd almost forgotten that they've still got the playoffs to play from a Whiteleaf point of view. So that's all they can do from their point of view, is go again, prepare for the playoffs, potentially to play Fleet Town, who they played in Cheeky Kande, who's involved there, formerly of Woking, potentially to re-go again for the playoffs, which in a way could kind of take away the hurt from that result this afternoon. So that's what they've got to do. It's been a fantastic run, really well marshalled run that they've had in the Vars this year. The best run for the newly formed AFC Whiteleaf that you can think of. Certainly based on previous years, only previously making it to the second round in 2023. So they've well surpassed that, give themselves a much managed pat on the back. That's all I can say.
So, commiserations to AFC Whiteley for giving it as good as they got, but Whitstable Town are the 2025 FA Vars winners. Back to Tim Durrance.
Wonderful work from George and from Tom. Thank you so much. They will go and get some reaction. Nip out and talk to some Whiteley fans for later in the show. We're going to turn our thoughts to Aldershot Town and introduce our guests for the FA Trophy final as the Shots End starts to fill up. But let's just nip down pitch side to Cameron Anderson-Jones, who was watching the joint management team of Whiteley pacing those last 5 minutes, and are now watching them on the other side of the pitch, consoling and being consoled by their fans. Cameron.
They're clapping, they're very proud. They were ultimately left out there with nothing left to give. For me, it noticed that they were constantly going to the shade when they were always in their breaks. We've got Ennio Ganella coming towards me now. We'll see if we can have a quick chat with him potentially, but they gave it all out there, and no matter the result, although they didn't win, they still created history. Let's see if we can have a moment with Ennio. Ennio, can we have a quick word with you?
Yeah.
Commiserations, of course. How do you feel after that?
Words can't explain it, really. I don't know, leading all the build-up, everything to it. Clearly got the better players. We clearly had a better season. Just cup football, they wanted it more, and credit to them, they've won. Bit disappointed with the way our players were obviously dropping like flies with cramps and stuff, and that will probably be that we've had a 3-week gap without no football. Being that everything's going on in our league, we've not been able to play any playoffs or anything like that, so we've not been able to keep that fresh, to be honest. So we've had 2 weeks with nothing but training. So, and it showed today. The boys tried their hardest. You know, we've let in 3 goals the whole tournament, and we've let in 2 today. So it just sums it up, really.
How much a difference did the weather make today? I know it's the same for both sides, but obviously the extra water breaks, everything, it's not ideal to play in this kind of heat.
It's not. I think when you're not 100% fit, I think that the heat's going to hurt you anyway. But that's the same for both sides. Maybe they've got a little bit of younger legs in there. But we've got experience that have dealt with this. We've had 3 players that have won trophies at Wembley before, so I was just hoping for a bit more. When we went 1-0 up, I thought, yeah, okay, this is the start of, rolling a little bit. But it weren't meant to be, and as I say, credit to them, they dogged the whole game. There was nothing really to their game apart from long ball and picking up seconds, and it worked. So credit to them.
And to lose your captain in the second half as well. Yeah, a lot of the players out there looked like they were running empty at the end. You were going for the shade. How much was it to kind of lose him as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Helgi's been massive for us. He always has been throughout the whole season. The other one was Benno, our top goal scorer. He scored the first goal. When there's moments like this that we've seen in the season, we've been up against it like this, maybe at a drawing level. He's always found a way of winning us games, and we just didn't have that little bit of extra factor to finish it off. But saying that, Rodney came on and hit the bar. We had a couple of opportunities second half, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. All over the pitch, I thought they wanted it more second half.
Ultimately, though, still a day that will go down in history. I know you didn't win it, but this is history for the club, and you still must be very proud of your players, the fans, everyone, every single player that stepped out there today. Kelly, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you've gone all year winning more than you've lost, having that sensible and humble thought is not really with us now. Every time we think of Wembley, it's going to be this, and watching them lift up the cup that should be ours. But if look, at the end of the day, again, credit to them, they've made us feel this way. So we'll just have to take it on the chin and wait till next season now.
Just finally, you still do have a playoff campaign. Potentially, we don't know what's going to happen, but how do you pick the players up from this and I suppose go again?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think different circumstances. If this was a league game, it would have been a different story, in my eyes. If we had played at Whitstable's ground or our ground, and without all this and the occasion, this brings it to a leveller. Whether you're good at football or not, this brings it to a leveller. We've seen it happen in the Premiership with underdogs winning certain teams that they should be beating. So I'm not saying that that's the case today because they wanted it, but as I say, we just have to lift. We've got no choice to feel sorry for ourselves. We've just got to get on with it.
Thank you so much. Commiserations. All the best.
Very much. Thank you.
Yeah, great work, Cameron, and thank you to Enzo Ganella, the joint manager there at AFC Whiteley, for stepping up. They have lost by 2-1. This is Wembley, where every young footballer aspires to play. Very few get the chance to do so. It's where dreams, as we've seen, are either dashed all fulfilled. And when Aldershot Town Football Club was born out of the ashes of the old club 33 years ago, the co-founders then, and generations of fans since, have all dreamed of this day for the Shots, of this moment, of being here when the Phoenix rises over Wembley.
When the council changed the locks at Aldershot Football Club in 1992, the club was out of business and out of the Football League.
Darkest of dark times, and it's well documented. We met in the Crimea pub, and I was proud to be chair of a fantastic committee of a wonderful group of people who all played their part to fit a jigsaw and put it together and get the benefits of rejuvenating and resurrecting football in Aldershot.
The rebirth was completely special and unique. I look back with such tremendous pride and affection because we restarted, and it was igniting all the old passions that we had with the old club.
And there goes the full-time whistle. Aldershot Town are champions of the Ryman League.
He puts his whistle to his lips. There goes the final whistle. The away end of St James's Park erupts, and they've returned to the Football League 16 years and 3 weeks after Aldershot folded on March the 25th, 1992.
You know, all that work that went from so many people behind the scenes, so many players, managers, everything, to get us to the Football League, and we did it.
There is the final whistle, and the Shots are going to Wembley. Finally, Aldershot Town, the Phoenix will rise over Wembley, and that is what it means to so many people.
I've been waiting for this for 59 years. Yeah, it means an awful lot. Actually, it's such a long time that I'm not quite sure how I'm going to react.
I sort of resigned myself to the fact that it was never going to happen, so it's going to be absolutely brilliant.
Just absolutely looking forward to it. You know, multiple generations of my family supported Aldershot. I first started coming when I was 6 years old with my grandfather. It's going to be such an incredible moment.
Go there, soak it all in. It's Aldershot at Wembley. It's the first time ever. Just enjoy the occasion, and boy, would it make it that much more special if we came home to the FA Trophy, bring it home to Aldershot, because that would be the dream.
It's an emotional afternoon for Aldershot Town. Can they fulfil the second of their 2 dreams? The first, as we heard, was to get back into the Football League. They did that briefly for 5 years, proudly for 5 years. Today, they are definitely playing for the first time ever at Wembley. Can they win here? Well, I'm delighted to say alongside me, 3 gentlemen. Steve Gibbs, firstly. Steve, you've been a press officer, media manager at the club. You've been a fan for longer than you dare remember. Looking at this pitch, about to watch your team play there, can you begin to say how you feel this afternoon?
No, I've tried a couple of times this afternoon already, and it is the realisation of a lifelong dream, a dream that people with far greater history with this football club than even I, and I've been coming 37 years, people who've been around a lot longer and generations before me that thought maybe this would never happen, and finally the day has come. It's magnificent. It still doesn't really feel real, and my voice is going now, and we're still the best part of an hour from kickoff. So yeah, it's a magnificent occasion, and to see 18,000 Aldershot Town fans at Wembley, probably more Shots fans than have ever been in the same place ever before, that's going to be an incredible moment.
We're going to hear some glorious stories from Tommy Widgerton, from Josh Barrett, we'll talk to Tim Sills in a moment's time, but as a fan, you've just seen 5,000 brilliant AFC Whiteley fans have their hearts broken. That's the reality of today, isn't it? History, we'll do all that in a minute, but it might not go your way. That's the nature of football, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. There's going to be parties this evening, whether they're black and white or red and blue. You have to congratulate the winners, and yeah, I think getting here for a lot of Shots fans, obviously on the day you want to win. Nobody wants to come to Wembley and lose, but I think merely getting here is the cake for Aldershot Town. Winning would be the cherry and the icing, but we've still got that moment that nobody will ever be able to take away from us.
Well, every week Rob Worrell travels home and away, whatever the weather, whatever the venue. You've seen thousands of Aldershot games over your many years. This is surreal, but they've earned it this season, haven't they?
Yeah, they proper have, Tim, to be fair. I think it's been an absolute roller coaster ride since the minute that Tommy Widrington came in. He told us to buckle up, and we've stayed there for whether it was keeping them up the first season, getting to West Brom in the fourth round, whatever it was, third round, fourth round of the FA Cup, and then the FA Trophy run this year, and just unbelievable, really. And they're thoroughly entertaining football to watch, Tim. Yeah, they've finished 8th in the league, just missed out on the playoffs, and they finished 16th this year. But my goodness me, if I could pick a team to watch week in, week out in the National League, it would be Aldershot, and luckily I get to do so.
Team news, I think. Oh, is it now official? Can we announce it?
Just about. I think. I think the news that we've sadly been expecting has been confirmed, and that Cameron Hargreaves, who's played 53 matches for Aldershot Town this year, more than any other player, who came off half an hour in last week against Yeovil with injury, has not been able to recover from that injury. And our heart goes out to Cameron Hargreaves this afternoon, as it does Ryan Jones, who sadly suffered a fracture just 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the other 5 or 6 players that had their seasons ended prematurely. That's the reality of being a professional footballer. The Shots will dig deep within their squad. They've still got players that can do a job, and players that will need to do a job today. They will line up with Dewhurst in goal. The 3 youngsters all on loan, Woodhouse, Ellison and Armitage, the back 3. Frost, Tetek, Widrington and Aaron Jones, the skipper, across the middle with James Henry tucking in behind Josh Barrett and Jack Barham.
So that is the team news to face Spennymoor Town this afternoon. We'll talk about that club. A great story as well for them in a moment, but I'm delighted to welcome our final special guest. He's been very patient this afternoon. If you've just tuned in, I'm afraid, heartbreak for AFC Whiteleaf, beaten in the FA Vars final. Extra time has taken us well into our build-up to Aldershot Town, but it is disappointment for AFC Whiteleaf. Can the Shots win today? Well, Tim Sills knows his club very well. He scored 43 goals in 96 appearances in his first spell under the great Terry Brown in the early 2000s. He also knows what it's like to score in this stadium. Are we going to hear the Tim Sills goal?
Carlisle and Akers down that right-hand side. Danny Stevens in the middle. Can he pick somebody out? Over it comes. Tim Sills free header. Yes! 2-0 for Tim Sills. And Torquay United now surely have 1 foot back in the Football League. Marvellous break down the right-hand side. Wayne Carlisle, so maligned by a small section of the Torquay United fans, just picked Tim Sills out. That was a goal of the highest quality. The scarves are being waved away to our left-hand side. Torquay United are returning to the Football League.
Tim Sills, a very good afternoon. Do you remember that day as if it was yesterday?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I relive it enough times, and yeah, it's definitely the first video on my phone every time.
Now, so we're in the North Quadrant, so I'm guessing you scored that end, which is the East End. Would that be about right? Something like that?
Yeah, that's it. Opposite to where the Shots fans are today. But the Torquay fans were behind that goal that day. And yeah, like you say, I remember it so well. You know, you've got to try and take these occasions in and these moments in, and you don't want to kind of come away from them and it passed you by, or, you know, you kind of forget about it. And yeah, obviously scoring the goal makes it slightly easier to remember.
Well, our commentary team with Whiteleaf made a really good point about, you know, the dressing rooms, because they would have been waiting to get in, and of course Whiteleaf hadn't finished, and just something like that can really upset the rhythm of a day, can't it?
Yeah, I did wonder that actually myself, because obviously when we played here it was the only game on the day, so you don't have that issue. But I can imagine, you know, there must be 4 changing rooms here with the NFL and things as well. But you know, you kind of sat there not quite sure when you're going to get out on the pitch, and you can probably hear the roars and the oohs and the ahs, and probably almost feel the heartbreak and the celebrations that are out there and what's to come. And I can imagine it can only add to the nerves that are already there.
And finally, your memories for now of playing for the club. And at that time, you were trying with Terry to get into the conference across the club. Lost in the playoff final against Shrewsbury up in Stoke. And then you did find Football League football with other clubs, and then played a bit in the Football League with Aldershot. So you know what these long-suffering fans have been through. You know the story we've just told there in that montage.
Yeah, and I joined at a time where, it was the first season in the conference. The club had risen back to a level that, they wanted to get to for a while. And, playing in front of, the East Bank every other week and experiencing so many highs over that first 2.5 years, and coming so close to promotion and, even the FA Trophy semi-final that we had at Hednesford, as much as it wouldn't have been at Wembley at the final. We got so close so many times, even in my time here, and as a local lad, grew up pretty much around the Aldershot area. I was fully aware of how big the club was and how much it meant to people even before I joined, and then having become a part of it and scoring so many goals and loving my time there so much. I'm fully aware that 18,000 people are going to fully enjoy their day, and let's just hope at the end they're celebrating.
And a question you can answer briefly: the standard now of, the National League is now fully professional pretty much, isn't it? The National League South, Rob was telling us a few months ago when we were discussing that promotion, a lot of those clubs are getting full-time. This is a tough situation for Aldershot to get back into the Football League, isn't it? Now, but what is the difference between, because you've done it, the National League and Football League too?
Yeah, it is a tough one. When obviously, I joined Aldershot, I think, there were still a lot of full-time clubs even in the conference then, and it's only become more and more, and it's now very, very unusual to be part-time at that level. And it just means the standards have gone up, the analysis has come in, the strength and conditioning, and everything is now geared towards, getting people at their peak physical, prowess, and then the tactics on the game have gone up as well. The pep effect means that everyone's always thinking about what to do in the next game, and it's ultimately it's heart and it's desire and it's good characters in the dressing room, because at this level, everyone's going to be full of ability, and today's going to be no different.
The voice there of Tim Sills, so many appearances for the Shots, play for a number of clubs and knows what it's like to play, score and win here at Wembley. Rob Worrell with us as well, and Steve Gibbs. Kick-off at 4:15, full live radio commentary. It's also online if you need to get out of the area, or you may even be somewhere around the world. Do not worry, full world rights for us today. You can hear the Shots from wherever you come from or wherever you are right now. There are people from Australia, from Saudi Arabia, all who've flown in here, but there are many of you who just couldn't find the time, the money, the excuse to come over. Do not worry, we'll bring it to you. We'll bring Wembley to you in just under an hour's time. Well, let's hear it from an Aldershot Town player who is, the player of the season. Their top scorer, Rob has reminded me, but he is Josh Barrett, a former Football League player himself. He had to drop into the non-league game with Tommy Ridgerton at Kings Lynn first, and now back at Aldershot Town. He was, of course, at Coventry, but not part of the playing squad when they won the League 2 playoff final. He's relishing having a more significant role today in the squad as a senior player.
Different sort of excitement, I think. Not really any nerves, just more excited to go and express yourself on a lovely stage, and just try and continue the things I've been doing pretty much all season. So, yeah.
Will the Coventry experience help in a way, because you'll know the surroundings? It can be, is it quite awe-inspiring when you walk out there?
I think it is. When you before the game and stuff, you look at the pitch and you check. I've done all of that, so yeah, listen, it will help in some way. It's a different, obviously I'm playing a different sort of role this time. That was an experience. I was only young at the time, I think I was only 18, so nice experience at that age. Don't really remember much, to be honest, because obviously, like I said, there's so much has happened since then, but definitely an amazing experience. But, like I said, a completely different sort of day coming up.
Well, very much so, because in a way, I know it's a very important team, very important squad, but you are pivotal, you are the top goal scorer, you are player of the season, you've had some great goals, some great performances. Does that put pressure on you, or do you like that limelight, as it were? I
like it, yeah, for sure, 100%. I think anyone that knows me, my character, knows that it's the type of thing I want to feel. I think any footballer wants to feel like that. I think like I said, I've done pretty well this season. I think I can still do more, do better, obviously in the coming seasons now after this one. But a day like this is, like I said, it's not about an individual, it's about everyone, and we've done it all together, getting there together, and a bit of quality comes out from myself or whoever it may be, but it won't be just about us, it will be about everyone. And and I don't mean that just as players and staff, I think as the fans, because they deserve it. It's a brilliant football club, amazing football club to play for, brilliant set of fans, been unbelievable with me personally, and supported us up and down the country all season. So it's a day for them more than anything. We've got to go and do a job. We've got a lot to concentrate on. For them, I've said it previously, but I think for them, what all I'd ask personally is just to enjoy and take everything in, as I hope some of us as players do that as well. I think it's really important to take it all in, because as fans they deserve it. They've been amazing, and it's like I said, a brilliant football club. So yeah, let's hope we can all enjoy the day together.
But there is that divide between it's a day of history for the club, never played there before, but for you want to win the trophy. So presumably you need two hats on in a way.
No, of course. Listen, we ain't going there to lose, for sure. So we want to send our fans home happy. We want to be able to celebrate, because we've worked hard this season. It's been a grueling season, really tough season. And yeah, just looking for a real positive start to the game. I think that's important for us. We haven't started so well lately. Start the game positively, and then we go from there, and hopefully build into the game with people becoming more confident, because it will be, for some people it will be a lot, and that's just natural. Listen, people are going to feel some type of way, but that's for us older lads to kind of get around them and trying to help them.
The voice of Josh Barrett. We couldn't have timed that much better as Aldershot Town's players, certainly the goalkeeping section, come out to a raucous applause. I would have said about 5,000 of the 15, 16, 17, 18 that are going to be here are coming in. Some perhaps enjoying still beverages, getting here, whatever outside. But the sun still shines on a third of the pitch here in front of me. Rob Worrell, I hear you every week, often talking to Josh Barrett. He's had a great season. I saw him and he looked really good. He's in really good shape. And we heard in the first part in James's show, he's had battles with that. He is in a really good place now. He looks lean and he's had a good season.
I think he's just realised that that's the level he needed to get to. It's not good enough just having raw talent. You've got to look after yourself. You've got to build that stamina and that fitness, and fair play to him. He's not often had to do 90 minutes, but he's done it on a few occasions, and he's more than capable now. Today might be a different story. He might have to get the job done in the first 70, because that's a big old pitch at Wembley. For the likes of him, for the likes of James Henry, he'll use his experience, of course, to get through it. Yeah, lovely to see that little initial reception for the Shots goalkeeping squad, if you like. Dave, the goalkeeping coach, and good to see Pat Nash down there along with Jordi van Stappershoef, and of course Marcus Dewhurst, who's the away supporters player of the year. And I love the way they ran on the pitch so freely. This is it, this is our time.
Yes. Steve Gibbs, you don't blush because obviously Tim Sills is alongside you, but you've seen a few good strikers for Aldershot.
I have.
You can talk about Tim, please do, but where does Josh Barrett fit into all of that? Of all the ones you've seen?
He's more than a striker. He's Aldershot Town's little magician who sees pictures that other players simply can't see. And now that he's added that physicality, that fitness, that leanness that maybe he hasn't always had in the past, he's become a complete striker, and he can hold the ball up, he can play with his back to goal, he can use his strength and his physique up against the biggest, meanest, strongest defenders that the National League can throw at him, and he can hold his own. And he's not gonna, even on such a hot day as this, and even on the legendary energy sapping pitch at Wembley, he's not going to be found wanting physically. And yeah, he could be up there if he has an involvement in success this afternoon. Then he will be a legend of this club. And that's talking about players like Mark Butler, like Tim Sills, like Gary Abbott, all supreme goal scorers. And I would say the way that Josh plays is similar to Tim, in that Tim wasn't just a target man. He wasn't just someone who could head winners. He could play with his back to goal. He could bring other players in. He had that ability with the ball. It was that archetypal good touch for a big man, and he did superbly. And yeah, Josh Barrett, it's a credit to Josh Barrett that he is mentioned in the same breath as those sorts of players.
And Tim, just as the players came out there, again, huge applause. The rest of the squad are out now. None of us have been fans' favourite. What is it like? And did you feel, I don't know, ever any pressure, or was it? Do you always appreciate it? Did you always think this won't last forever? I'll enjoy every minute of these few years when I'm doing this.
Yeah, I mean, these occasions themselves are the most difficult to manage because it's where you've wanted to be your whole life as a kid. You know, so I've always said that it was my dream to play at Wembley more than even becoming a professional footballer, and luckily I was lucky to do both. But yeah, ultimately you've got to, like I say, soak it in, deal with that pressure, and actually enjoy it. And you enjoy it by winning, and you enjoy it by preparing well. And I'm sure that's what these guys have done. You know, for a fan, it's absolutely amazing to be here. You know, and for all the Aldershot fans, this is like Steve said, this is whatever happens a pinnacle of all those moments before. But as a player, you want to win because, like you say, you don't get the chance very often, if ever, to play at this incredible stadium. So they will be doing everything they can to make sure that yes, they enjoy it, but actually they enjoy it by celebrating at the end and holding a trophy aloft.
Well, let's find out what the fans do think. Good work, good setup, Tim. Let's go back into the crowd. Cameron Anderson-Jones is amongst the 18,000 Shots fans.
Thank you very much, Tim. Tommy Widrington is staring at the Shots fans, giving them a big wave, and they've got a round of applause back. Here come the team, clapping as well. They're really getting them up for this game, and I'm joined by Ryan, who's a Shots fan himself. Ryan, just to see the Shots at Wembley, it actually happening in front of you, what does it feel like?
We've waited a long time for this. Speaking to everyone in the town, there's a real buzz and lots of excitement. I think there's a lot of emotions going around for some people. Obviously, a lot of people talk about people they've lost who they wish we could have been to see this, but there's a real excitement. Everyone's just kind of eager to get it started, I think, to watch this match and hopefully come home with the trophy.
Are you excited? Are you nervous? What emotions are going through? It just depends what Aldershot Town ultimately turns up today.
I think if you speak to any Aldershot fan, most of us are normally going to be on the nervous side. We've been here, well, not at Wembley, but in big games many times, and often we come up short. But I think Tommy Richardson's a good manager, especially in the Cups. I think there's a good feeling. I think there's a lot of optimism, and I think we're going to be, excitement is the overall feeling. Now the players are on the pitch, you can see there's a real atmosphere, a bit brewing. It was out there in the Olympic way, Wembley way today, and everyone's now very just eager to get, I think, the match started and watch our players hopefully win.
When will it sink in for you? Is it already sunk in, or is it that moment where they come out in front of you with the national anthem, or the first kick of the ball where you're going to be wow, just kind of look around you? It's like the Roman Colosseum that you're Aldershot Town are at Wembley.
To be honest, it was when we first saw the arch. We came on the coach today. There were 10 supporters club coaches. We were one of them. And when you saw the arch around the corner, everyone was even on our coach, oh, this is actually real. And then you got here and you just saw the red and blue shirts, which are everywhere. I think there's over 18,000 of us, maybe even 20,000 around. And when you saw the people just walking there, you're oh, this is real. And I think there was a billboard which had FA Trophy final. It said Aldershot Town v Spennymoor Town, and that was oh, this is right in the shadow of the arch. We're here. We're at Wembley. It's actually happening. It's been a long time.
And finally, not to jinx it, but how much would it mean for you not only to be at Wembley, but for the team, for you to see the team as well actually lift a trophy at Wembley in front of your own eyes? And I suppose in years to come, if it never happens again, you can say I was there.
Well, I think it's well known that we've not got to Wembley for 99 years, so it might be once in a lifetime. I think if we see it happen, it's going to be one of our sort of most cherished moments, I guess, as all Aldershot fans. I think there's been some hard times over the years, as everyone sort of is aware with the administration of the club, the old club going bust, and now I think it's time to let's put a smile on the face of the town and the community, and then hopefully we'll be able to see an open top bus parade through town tomorrow evening.
Ryan, thank you very much. Tim, anticipation around the Shots fans. They're all nervous, they're all excited, they don't know what to expect. Neither do we, so I suppose that's why it's going to make a cracking game.
Absolutely. Cameron going round to talk to some more fans in around 5 minutes time and bring us some more of that wonderful atmosphere. Some of you will know the club, some of you won't. The new badge, when they formed in 1992, were reformed. It is basically a phoenix rising from the ashes in a circle. It is that story of the club being reborn from the club that went bust in March 1992, that had been formed before that in 1926. These fans have never played at Wembley, generations and generations. That's why today is so special this afternoon. We've got Tim Sills, who's played for the club, with us. We've got a fan, Steve Gibbs, and a fan turned commentator who comes in a rich a rich line of succession. Tony Sharp, Gavin Dennison, Adrian Harms and Rob Warren all have called the shots of BBC Radio Surrey. I'm Tim Durrans, the sports editor. We are on the second tier looking down upon where Cameron was, upon all those fans' heads, and they stretch all the way around from around 20 metres to my left, all the way around to the middle behind the goal. That is the Aldershot Town section, and they're going to fill it this afternoon. Spennymoor Town are to our left. They are only ringing around 5,000, but again for them that is a huge, huge number for them. And gentlemen, let's do a little bit talking about Spennymoor, because Rob, it's the old cliche, there's two teams on the pitch and they've got their own beautiful, beautiful story. They've been to Wembley before. They've won at Wembley before.
They have, Tim. 12 years ago, Spennymoor Town won the FA Vase here under the management of Jay Ainsley, who has been player here, coach here, manager here, and now he's director of football here, and he'll take his place in the Royal Box today. Spennymoor Town is a wonderful story, and they today can become the very first team, by name at least, to win the FA Vase and the FA Trophy. Contentious it may be, Kirkham and Wesham won the FA Vase, and a few weeks after changed their name to AFC Fylde, who then came back here and won the trophy. So Spennymoor can write their name into history today if they do that. And of course, up front, a player who's played over 300 games, who's scored over 200 goals for them, who's scored most of their goals in this competition. Their number 9, Glenn Taylor, just happens to celebrate his 35th birthday today.
Oh dear, is that an omen, Steve Gibbs?
Well, we hope not. We hope not. There's plenty of other stories on the Aldershot Town side, but yeah, if anybody thinks that just because Spennymoor Town play in National League North, they finished outside the playoffs, they were in the second half of this season, they were the second best team in National League North, only behind champions Brackley. They will be formidable opposition, not just Taylor up front. They've got quality in every area. Lots of questions to ask Aldershot Town's defence, which, as we well know, is not necessarily the most solid defence. I back there to be goals this afternoon, and very much with my Aldershot Town hat on. I hope that Aldershot Town outscore Spennymoor, but if they were to win, they would be worthy winners. It's not Wimbledon against Liverpool or Hereford against Newcastle and other glorious cup shocks. This is maybe not two teams starting on an even keel, but there's not very much between the two teams at all.
Tim Seals, former Aldershot striker, alongside Steve. Steve, whenever we, the media, talk about professional footballers, I'm always very wary when I say, will there be any complacency? I know it's almost insulting. Aldershot Town fans, players, will respect every Spennymoor player today, whether they're playing a league player or not, won't they?
Absolutely, and I think as much as anything, you'll respect the occasion. That might creep in every now and then in a league game, but actually coming into a game like this, there is no room for complacency. It's more about managing emotions and like I said before, preparing well. And they will have, they'd have done their homework. They'd have gone through thoroughly what Spennymoor are all about. They will know, what their style of play is. They'll know who the risks that they face and who the potential danger men are, and they'll have done everything they can to make sure that they win this game. And then it's just down to managing energy, managing emotions, and putting everything you've worked in during the week into play on what is essentially the biggest occasion of your life.
Rob, I just caught you taking a little photograph because Steve touched on it at the start of the show. You don't get 18,000 Shots fans in one place ever. 5,000 at West Brom and people were aghast. We're going to hear from Tommy Widgeon in 20 minutes' time saying, I had a tear in my eye when we had 5,000 at the Hawthorns. Good Lord, what today's going to be like. We saw him down there staring. He wasn't staring at them. He was staring, in awe of this red and blue sight today.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. We've had a few little pinch me moments. I'm loving the fact that we got a team of us here today that's just given me a few seconds just to take it all in. I had a phone call from my youngest son earlier who's come down from Leeds today for it. I didn't know if I'd be able to meet up with him. Thankfully, I found a few minutes to pop out and see him. And when he rang, he said, "Dad, I've never seen this many Aldershot Town fans." I said, "Son, I haven't either. This many Aldershot Town fans have never all been in the same place at the same time." A little thing I've noticed as the side are down there warming up, great touch. They talk about togetherness. There's 2 or 3 players down there fully kitted and doing the warm-up that are not even involved in the squad today. There's 21 players down there, only 18 could be named. There are many, many others, of course, that are on crutches today and not even stripped and involved. But good to see the likes of Uwakwe and Keane Anderson, a youngster whose father played for the club as well, down there fully kitted out and just getting the best experience they can from this Wembley occasion.
Steve, they've actually just walked apart, but a quick word for Hugo Langton and Richard Dryden, isn't it? Who looked after things when Tommy had the double stroke in November, and they held things together and actually had a pretty good record in that sort of couple of months.
They did, yeah, and Tommy is the first to say that he knew he would be able to focus on his personal health because he left the ship in such good hands. That they've got, probably between them in professional football, probably a century of experience. That they know what they're doing. They've all been involved with other teams, with Aldershot Town. They've got enough coaching and managerial experience that they can hold the ship, and they are a team. Yes, it's Tommy's name above the door, but they are very much a team, and he doesn't want yes men. I'm sure every manager will say they need good sounding boards who will say, "No, Tommy, I don't agree with that. I think we should do this," and not just agree with everything that the top man says. And they are definitely those people. They're their own men. They're, in the best way possible, they're spiky personalities. They're not shrinking violets, and they will have been able to tell these players, "I'm in charge now, and you will do what I say." And that's what all you could want from your lieutenants, from your 2 ICs, I suppose.
You made me smile when you said name across the door, because I was thinking of the Crimea pub tonight. Ray and his good wife are opening up till 1 o'clock this morning. Okay. So if you are listening, you can. I think I'm right in saying Ray's opening up late tonight. There could be one hell of a party in the Crimea opposite the recreation ground.
It won't be Ray that's opening. He's here this afternoon. I've seen him.
Maybe he's going to go back. He'll have staff. I
think he'll find somebody to open up. Yeah.
Yeah, that shows how much, because he will have known Mark Butler probably when he was drinking there as a player, and they're here today to celebrate and support the Shots this afternoon. We've already heard from one player, Josh Barrett, who has Wembley experience, although he didn't play. Another one, the 35-year-old attacking midfielder, James Henry. He was in the Oxford United squad, but not the playing squad when they were here at Wembley. Cameron Anderson-Jones asked him how the build-up has been for the players this week.
Yeah, it's been a pretty normal week in terms of preparation, so I think we're taking it as any other game, paying them some respect because they've obviously done really well to get there as well, and then focusing on what we're going to do on the day. And you can feel it around the town as well, that the excitement's been building, and as you said, we're only a couple of days away now.
Do you feel the pressure at this point, or is it a luxury to enjoy this kind of occasion? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think you just have to try and take it all in your stride. Obviously, it's a big occasion for the club and for all the players as individuals, but you can't dwell on it too much. It's another game that you're looking to win, and it just so happens that this game's at Wembley, and hopefully there'll be a great turnout. It looks like we've sold about 18,000, which is great for the club, and hopefully we can go there and win some silverware and keep some of those fans coming back here next season.
I know that we've been speaking and probably building up a bit in the media the last couple of months and said that Wembley is on the horizon when you've probably not wanted to speak about it. What's Tommy said, what's the boys said now that I suppose you can speak about it, that it's only a few days away, and you always focus on that next game, and the next game is now Wembley?
Yeah, obviously there's not too much time because you're in training and you're trying to prepare for the actual game rather than the occasion. So it's been a normal week really. A few little bits and bobs that we've had to try and sort out in terms of travel and whatnot. But it is just a normal week. Obviously, it's just a great occasion. So I think that the excitement will start when we actually get there.
What can you do as one of the more senior players to some of the young lads to help them out? You say that you've been to Wembley before yourself. Have they been leaning on you this week?
Not too much, obviously being one of the senior players I try to lead every day, so it's no different really this week. Obviously I've just sort of tried to enjoy the experience, but having played there twice myself and lost both times, I've tried to reiterate that you remember it a lot more if you win rather than losing, because it can become a negative, so we're going there to win.
Is there a sense of, hopefully for you, third time lucky, a bit of like redemption ahead of this weekend?
Well, obviously I was at Oxford United last year, and although I missed out on the squad, I was still very much part of the day, and we managed to win and get promoted, so that was a great occasion. So I feel like that's been taken off my back now, the old Wembley curse, so hopefully I can go there and actually get on the pitch this time and do the business.
What would it mean for you to actually come away with it on Sunday and to lift that trophy come 6:30?
Yeah, it's just another great chance to put some silverware in the cabinet for the club and for all of us as individuals. You don't get too many opportunities throughout a career to have these opportunities, so it'd be great for me individually and for the club.
And an opportunity to ultimately make history, not only for the club, yourself, the town, everyone around it, and everyone will be there proud, no matter the result on Sunday, that you've made history.
Yeah, it's great to be there, and you could see the emotion when we played against Woking here a few weeks ago, what it meant to some of the fans, never getting there in 99 odd years. They've never played at Wembley, so it's going to be a fantastic day for all the fans that come out, and hopefully we can make it even better by winning for them.
Do you have a final message for the fans, perhaps if they're hearing this a few days before? Or
just enjoy your day and come out and be as loud as you can.
Voice there of striker James Henry. The shots area filling up nicely and into the sky as I speak. Loads of red and blue balloons being pumped up into the air. Down they float, they're thumped back up into the air again. A real party atmosphere in this end. The Spennymoor town end about a third of the numbers, even less possibly, of what Aldershot Town are bringing this afternoon. A huge red and blue army. We'll talk a bit more about that with Rob Warren a bit nearer kick-off. A remarkable group of people. They travel home and away. They have the stray shots who come from abroad. They have the big day where they travel. They choose one game every year and they frequent that game in great numbers. But let's talk about Henry. We talked about Barrett. I think was it 17 and 16. They're very close. Good to have two scorers scoring that sort of volume. Gives Tommy a little bit of leeway.
It certainly does, and remarkable really that Henry's sort of crept up so close behind Barrett. But let's not forget the man who tends to rise to the really big occasion, and that's Super Jackie Barham. The hat-trick, of course, in the FA Cup win at Swindon. A brilliant goal this season away at Bradford in the FA Cup, possibly the goal of the season. Maybe the late winner. The little header from 2 yards was voted the goal of the season, probably because it was so important. But yeah, I think Aldershot Town have had to find goals from all around the team to replace the goals of Laurent Tollage and Josh Stokes. And by the way, those two heroes of last year are here today at Wembley Stadium to watch on the shots. That's a true affinity, a true love. They've moved on to bigger and better things. Stokes, of course, at Bristol City. He's been player of the season on loan at Cambridge United. And Laurent Tollage, who's had a wonderful second half of the season in promoted Port Vale.
Yes. Now
going up to League One. So lovely to have that little bit of togetherness and continuity. It's about the ones that are left today, but yeah, who'd bet against one of Henry, Barrett or Barham scoring a key goal today?
Well, let's bring in Tim Sills on that, the former Aldershot striker, who's with us here live at Wembley on BBC Radio Surrey. Sometimes players, you yourself, have to move on. You want to better yourself, but the fact that two of them are back here today, I talked earlier and asked you what it's like to be a fan's favourite, for the fans to love you and want you to do well, and the pressure that comes with that. Sometimes moving on, it's just what you need to do. We all move on in our jobs, don't we? It's the nature of it.
Yeah, and you want to. It's hard to leave a club like Aldershot with the fans as they are, and the way the club is, and the people behind the scenes. And if someone moves on to bigger and better things in terms of levels and clubs, then you kind of hopefully wave them off and say good luck and all the best. You don't want people just to to leave sideways, because for me there isn't a better club than Aldershot at this level in terms of the support and how they treat you. So yeah, you know, I did it when I went to Oxford. I wanted my chance in the Football League, and you know, it didn't work out as actually I, you know, would have liked it to have done. But yeah, it's always hard to leave a club like this, and I've had to do it once or twice in my career. But again, you can't begrudge people, you know, following their ambitions as well.
We'll chat more to Tim and to Steve Gibbs in a moment's time, but let's see if we can cross live down pitch side into the fans area. Aldershot Town, Red and Blue Army, Cameron Anderson-Jones.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah, the fan area, I'm going to call it more of a party. I'm seeing blue balloons, I'm seeing red balloons, there's some party poppers behind me, and believe me, they'll probably go off in a second, so you will hear it. We've got some fans in front of us, the whole family, really. What's your name, first of all?
Paula.
Paula. How much does it mean for you to be here? How's the day been for you so far?
Great. So I haven't been to Wembley before. They dragged me along.
Dragged you along. That's the point, though, I think. The fact that these guys are Aldershot fans and you're here probably from the town, or you're making a whole day of it. You've probably never seen them before, but you're here supporting your husband's passion at the end of the day.
My passion.
Your passion as well. So how much would it mean if they won out there today?
A lot.
Thank you, Paula. Let's move down a little bit towards the husband. How long have we been following Aldershot Town for then? We'll start with you.
Aldershot or Aldershot Town?
That tells me what I need to know. How long have we been following the Shots?
Taken on my first game to see Aston Villa.
So how much would it mean?
I was probably about 5 or 6.
How much would it mean then for you to win today? This is the first time you've ever been to Wembley.
Yeah, it'll be up there. Like all of them, like beating Wolves and getting promotion. Going to Stockport, it'll be up there. It's one of those games. And we'll always remember.
Always remember. Did you ever dream of coming here with Aldershot Town?
Yeah, always. Yeah, so I think any football fan dreams of their club playing at Wembley.
This is your son next to you as well. What's your name?
Lucas.
Lucas, so you have been roped into supporting Aldershot Town, are we going to say?
Yes, kind of, because that's where I grew up. I think I was 9-month-old when I first saw my first game. So
if somebody said Manchester City, Chelsea, Manchester United, and you thought, yeah, I'll go for Aldershot.
Aldershot, of course.
How much would it mean for you to win today, to see them lift the trophy? And I suppose for your friends as well, you could say, hey guys, Aldershot Town, we got a trophy, we got one more than maybe Arsenal.
I think it would mean a lot because everyone's really, you can see how many people are here compared to our normal attendance. Everyone, it means so much to everybody.
Are you nervous, excited? What Aldershot Town's going to turn up, dare I ask?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Because our recent form's not been great, but I'm sure we'll turn up today.
And we've got one more fan over here. He wants a word. I can see him leaning in. What's your name, sir?
Ian.
Ian, how much does it mean for you to be here, for the team clapping in front of us now, for you to see them at Wembley for the first ever time?
So for me, it's one of them. Obviously, I follow the Shots too. My partner being here as well, so it's one of them. It's been a journey all season for me, and it's been an enjoyable one to watch.
Did you ever believe that they would make it to Wembley?
Just seeing the atmosphere against Woking at home, it was one of them. It was just a buzz, and obviously we look at the thousands that have travelled out here this afternoon, and it's one of them. There is so much heart behind this team, and fingers crossed this afternoon we can bring it home.
Score prediction then. Can I hold you to it?
So again, sorry?
A score prediction.
2-1 Aldershot.
Fingers crossed. All right, thank you very much. All of the fans down here, the Shots team have made themselves into the dugout and they've now gone away. A couple of minutes time. What have we got? 10 minutes till kick-off. It's ramping up down here, Tim.
Wonderful work, Cameron. Yes, he's right amongst 18,000 fans. I promise you I have done the health and safety form. All is tickety-boo, and he is spot on. They've done all they can now. The Shots players have warmed up on the pitch, avoiding the sprinklers, and they ran right round the corner flag, waving to every fan, and went down the tunnel. They are now going inside to get ready to come out. Tim Sills has done that. Tim, there's loads of build-up. We talk about history, romance, emotion, players' favourites, players playing for the first time, 35-year-olds trying to reignite their career, whatever. How nice is it to get in that dressing room and then just get ready and get on with it, really?
Yeah, I think the almost the hardest bit is actually coming out and doing the warm-up and seeing your friends and family and the numbers that are coming in. That's when the nerves start to kick in. So actually, getting through it and getting back in the change room, doing your last few bits, getting those last few preparations done, and then coming out, when that first whistle goes that you're gonna relax into it. But I have to say, just seeing them now roll out the red carpet ready for what will be the national anthem, I mean, that is an incredibly special moment for a player as well. So they've got it all to come.
Well, we're going to hear from Tommy Widgerton one last time in a moment, but let us remind ourselves how the shots got here. It was heartbreak for one side from Surrey, joy for a side from North East Hampshire.
Here come the teams. What an atmosphere. We've got pyrotechnics here as well. You might hear the waves of those 6 pyrotechnics there that formed their part in the Guard of Honour for both sides, who are shaking hands. Barrett's won it back. He's inside the penalty area. It's half cleared, towed away. Frost goes down. Penalty to Aldershot Town. 37th minute. FA Trophy semi-final. Frost saved and cleared away. What a save from Will Jaskalainen. Shake of the head from Theo Widrington. It's a red card to Woking's Harry Beautyman. Something off the ball in the penalty area. A header at the far post and it's in from Lewis Walker. He's put 10-man Woking ahead here in the 55th minute. What drama here at the EBB. Up steps James Henry and scores for the shots. He went the same way as Frost and so did Jaskalainen. But this time it was too powerful. James Henry levels it up for the shots. Aldershot 1, Woking 1. Anderson tries to get the tackle in. Jack Barham in the 93rd minute on the end of Ryan Jones' cross. Has he headed Aldershot to Wembley? Jackie on the spot, 2 or 3 yards out, rose like a salmon, buried the header, and the shots take the lead with 6 minutes of added time left. There is the final whistle. Aldershot Town 2, Woking 1, and the shots are going to Wembley. Happy days blares out over the Tannoy system. People don't know what to do now.
They never do things the easy way, but finally Aldershot Town, the Phoenix will rise over Wembley, and that is what it means to so many people. There are people on the pitch, and it definitely is over.
When Aldershot Town was formed, Rob, in 1992, there were 2 tasks. One was to get to the Football League, and we managed to do that. Unfortunately, we didn't stay there as long as we wished we had. And the other one was to play at Wembley. And we've been so close on a number of occasions, think you're going to get there, and it never quite happened. And today, it all has. And I've never seen this stadium like this. The raucous atmosphere, the celebrations, the relief, the atmosphere, everybody, the togetherness. What we have here shows how special this football club can be when it's in its primary. And it's in its primary today. The players became heroes today. They'll be legends at Wembley if they win.
Can they be legends this afternoon? The trophy is on the plinth. The red carpet is out. The players will be out any moment in time. The balloons still continue to bounce red and blue in front of us. Let's hear from the boss then. And this is a lovely story as well. Tommy Widgerton. He's playing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done really well in trying to play the way we want to play. I think we've been found out a little bit at times, but that happens. Wembley is the home of football. We're never going to play on a better surface than that, so we won't be getting any excuses on that front from my point of view. What I'd like to do is love to be able to play the way we want to play, but we've got to respect there's going to be 11 fellas at any one time in the other colour wanting us not to play the way we want, and they're going to want to play the way they want. So look, I don't take anything for granted. I'll pick a team that I think can win it, and I'll have a load of lads behind me who, if we can't win it with the lads on the pitch, we'll change and try and win it with the lads behind me.
What I love about you is I bet you're a modern manager, but you're old school. You're going to be shirt and tie.
1,000,000%.
On that touchline. It really, all these new modern fandangled managers with long surnames wearing black T-shirts
and trainers. I understand that. Look, there is a modern wave of coach manager, and I'm not one of them. I have to say that. But listen, everybody to their own. I don't judge but I understand where you're going here. Look, there's one Pep Guardiola. He's allowed that. He do what the hell he wants. Alex Ferguson was the other side of the spectrum. I prefer to be on that side of that. That's because of my age, probably. But when I was at Hartlepool playing with Graham Lee, funny enough, I used to get called Pep. But that was as a player, not as a manager.
The voice there of Tommy Woodington, who is downstairs right now giving his last message. I wonder if he's a tub-thumping manager. What will he say to his players on this day of history, this day of destiny? The Isuzu FA Trophy plinth is ready, just short of the halfway line there and the centre circle. The red carpet is out. The players will be down, getting ready to come out of their dressing rooms. Let's get some final thoughts from our team here. Tim Sills, you've been down there, you've walked out at Wembley. What do you think is the key for Aldershot to do the job today as a set of players? They are a league above. You've said already that may not be relevant. They'll certainly not try and think like that. They've just got to win a game of football, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've got to start well. I mean, that's absolutely key, especially when you're playing a team that ultimately are looking at you, and in the back of their heads they are playing against a team that are a league above it when in the Spennymoor players' minds. And if Aldershot can get on top, assert their authority and stay there. I mean, I was here with Gosport when we played Cambridge, who were a league above, and they got on top, stayed there, and it was a tough afternoon after that.
Steve, you knew what today might be like as a fan. How do you feel? I've been hugely impressed by just the numbers, the colour, the atmosphere. I'm not saying Spennymoor looked like they were at a wake down that end, but Aldershot fans are saying, do you know what, we're going to have a great day. As Tim said, they may win, they may not, but...
Absolutely, yeah. As I said earlier, it's this, that being here today is the important thing. Winning will be the cherry on the cake, but yeah, it's been a fantastic occasion already. The atmosphere, so many long lost friends, people that you haven't seen for ages, all here, all wanting the same thing. And there are people on my social media who don't care about football 364 days of the year, but because of me today, they are doing me the good grace of caring about Aldershot Town. And I think that's what the community, what the club has done, that they've got the whole community done. 1,000 members of the Nepalese community are here, and that's been replicated across businesses and communities and cultures around the Aldershot area, and that's what it means to this town as well as this club.
This town has united. 33 years after the club was reformed from the ashes, the Phoenix is rising over Wembley. The badge is on the shirts. The players are in the tunnel. Tommy Woodington, I knew he would be, is suited and booted. The fireworks go off. Let's hand to your commentary team, Tim Sills, Steve Gibbs, and firstly, Rob Worrell.
Thank you very much, Tim Durrance. Here come the shots at Wembley. Wonderful scenes here. 18,000 Aldershot Town fans welcome their team in one quarter of the ground, one very, very noisy quarter of the ground. Spennymoor Town, the opposition, nearly 4,000 of their supporters here as well, and they've had a very, very long way to travel down from the northeast. Spennymoor Town and Aldershot Town, the towns will do battle for the Isuzu FA Trophy this afternoon. The teams line up and they'll shortly shake hands. And 99 years of history, 99 years of waiting. Today is the moment. The moment is now. And Aldershot Town are here, finally, at Wembley. Underneath the arch, Steve Gibbs. The last time I heard those words, they were from you, and you were trying to get them out your mouth.
Yeah, the Phoenix has risen over Wembley, and what a fantastic moment that was. Credit to Scott Lorimer, who promised colour and banners and celebration and a party and balloons, and he has more than delivered, as he always does. And yeah, hopefully the emotion is over and now it's game face, business. There's a job to be done, And for all we're saying, yes, it's being here is the most important thing for Aldershot Town. Once that first whistle goes, there's 18 players and coaching staff who will be focused, giving everything to win the Isuzu FA Trophy. And what a moment that would be. But there's 90, probably 100, maybe even 120 very, very tough minutes ahead, because Spennymoor cannot be underestimated. They cannot be discounted. The second half of the season, they started the season poorly. In the middle of January, they were 14th. Since then, only champions Brackley won more points. They were second in the table in the second half of the season. The national anthem has started, but yeah, game face on shots.
A moment that didn't need any words. If your emotions haven't been stirred yet, they will have been now. I'll try and keep mine together. Steve has had plenty of practice of that. Tim, turning to you, Tim Sills. Football can be very fickle. Players move on. Players accused of not feeling the same loyalty as supporters, but it's a fickle old world. But just being back today at Wembley and back amongst the red and blue, I'm sure the feelings come flooding back for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, absolute goosebumps moment when the teams come out, and I look around, and the Aldershot Town fans flooded in the last sort of half an hour and just filled up this portion of the ground, and just takes me back to, I mean, I've never seen numbers like this, but the noise of the Aldershot Town crowd that spurred us on in so many games where we struggled, or just glorious moments. And yeah, what an absolutely incredible occasion, and those players can't help but be moved.
Absolutely packed to the rafters, the Aldershot section of this ground. Interestingly, more Whiteleaf supporters who lost the FA Vase earlier have stayed to watch this game. Perhaps some loose connections on the Surrey border. The majority of the Whitstable fans have disappeared to celebrate their FA Vase win. Just under 4,000 Spennymoor fans here, away to our left, still bathed in sunshine. But in the shade, not that they're going to be kept quiet, are the Aldershot Town fans. Away to our right, we sit pretty much level with the edge of the penalty area on the right half of the pitch. The Shots are the home side. They're in their home kit of red and blue striped shirts, red shorts and red socks. And Spennymoor are also in their home kit. Just imagine the Newcastle kit. It's been a proud year for the North East, hasn't it? Newcastle came here and won. Spennymoor now are here in black and white. But let's not forget our very own Tommy Widrington from the North East. He's been away to get his suit measured, and he's wearing that suit today. He stood very proudly by the side of the pitch. And Steve, it's been a roller coaster under Tommy. Passion's high, sometimes tempers are frayed. We've had our own fallouts this season as well.
Yeah.
But he's passionately led that Aldershot Town team, and an Aldershot Town fan base wants a passionate manager.
Absolutely, yeah. I think a manager who gives it all, a manager who feels like a supporter. And whatever club Tommy supports, yes, he's a Newcastle fan, and nobody would begrudge him that. But he says himself, he is only a custodian of the managerial title at Aldershot Town, but there would have been no prouder man than him this afternoon, leading his team out. And yeah, he gives it all. He gives it 100% every game, and that's all that Aldershot Town ask of player, manager, whatever.
2-minute silence for all those who've lost their lives. And at this moment, we particularly remember those of you listening who have lost friends and family who supported Aldershot Town.
Wembley Stadium is England's sporting capital, and it was Sir Arthur Elvin who made it a legendary venue.
A man with whose name Wembley Stadium has become synonymous.
I'm Thordis Fredriksson, and I grew up being told Arthur was a famous relative. Now I'm delving into his extraordinary life.
He is a working class lad made good.
And exploring his 30 years running the country's greatest stadium. Through its triumphs,
Elvin effectively rescues the International Olympic Committee.
And its controversies.
They had to strip her in front of the main grandstand.
The man who made Wembley. Listen to the complete series right now, only on BBC Sounds.
Sports Special with Tim Dorrans, BBC Radio Surrey Sport.
OK, we're ready to get underway here at Wembley after paying tribute to all those who've sadly lost their lives. We're underway. The shots kicking from right to left in this first half. The ball's quickly in touch, and your shots team line up as follows. Marcus Dewhurst in goal. A back three, a very young back three, all on loan, all 21 or under. Luca Woodhouse, Dan Ellison and Will Armitage. Proud day for them and their parent clubs. Immediately, Aaron Jones had to come across and deal with things and head it into touch. Frost, Tetek, Theo Widrington and Aaron Jones, the shot skipper, across the middle. James Henry playing behind Josh Barrett and Jack Barham. Spennymoor have got us underway with this throw, and they may get a cross in here from the right from Ramshaw. It's blocked by Frost and then volleyed away by Tetek. Barrett will show for it, but it comes off him and goes into touch for a throw to Spennymoor Town, who line up as follows. Brad James, a former Shotts loanee back in his Middlesbrough days. Also the goalkeeper who saved the crucial penalty when Hartlepool went up to the Football League against Torquay at Ashton Gate in the National League playoff final. Rhys Staunton, Ben Beals, Michael Ledger and Ollie Dyson, the back four left to right. Shrimpton and Dolan holding midfield. McKeown and Mondal, the wide players behind Rob Ramshaw, and Glenn Taylor, 35 years old today, the Spennymoor Town legend. OK, Shots have the ball in their possession. The back three just playing it around. Woodhouse plays it forward now. Nicely controlled by Josh Barrett, dropping deep, pings it out to the right-hand side, a little bit of a nervy touch. Brought down well by Aaron Jones, but his second touch is pounced upon by Spennymoor, who lift the ball forward now. Armitage wins clearly in the air. And now, again, Ellison comes through and wins a 50-50, which might release Tyler Frost. He's over halfway now. Expectant roar amongst the Shots faithful. Everybody just trying to get a touch, get a feel of things. Theo Widrington to Barrett. Tries a ball with the outside of his foot up towards Henry, who's just held off. Spennymoor have got the ball now. Taylor sending it out to the left-hand side. Armitage positions himself well, cuts it out. Tetek and Jones clean up. And now the ball into James Henry. Gets the ball out of his feet, lifts it down the right-hand side for Barham to chase. He's brought down. He thinks he's fouled. Our referee, Lewis Smith, says nothing doing. A little bit more on Lewis Smith. He must hold some sort of record. He has refereed as a Spennymoor player goes down inside the centre circle, and it will be a free kick at least to Spennymoor. Lewis Smith, the referee, has refereed this season in every single division of the top 7 tiers of English football other than the National League. He's refereed in the Premier League, the Championship, League 1, League 2, the National League North and the National League South. And here he is in the FA Trophy final. Remarkable record, 45 games in all, 154 yellow cards and 5 reds, 4 of which were second yellows. Spennymoor have played the ball forward. It's gone behind the goal away to our right. Some brief shouts for muted appeals for a penalty, Steve. Nothing given. Goal kick to the Shots, 0-0, 3.5 minutes in. Steve Gibbs.
Yeah, no chances yet, but an eventful opening. Theo Widrington, a bit of a clumsy aerial challenge in the centre circle, which the referee deemed worthy of nothing more than a bit of a talking to. And yeah, Spennymoor have made the only couple of final third entries so far, but not being able to get a shot on Marcus Dewhurst's goal yet.
Tim, looking upon it as a former Shots player, how do you think they've settled? The most important thing, isn't it? Get that first touch, win the first tackle, get the first pass away.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you can almost see the two approaches. I think Spennymoor have kind of gone, let's get direct and get into the game to start off with, and Aldershot have played it round at the back a little bit and trying to find Barrett's feet in the almost like that little 10 roll. And it's Spennymoor who have kind of enjoyed the majority of the territory at the moment.
Overhead kick on target there from Glenn Taylor. Pretty weak, Steve, but nevertheless, first shot on target of the afternoon, coming in the 5th minute from the inimitable Glenn Taylor.
Yeah, it counts as a shot on target, not going to trouble Marcus Dewhurst, but that's what he's got. He's not just a target man, he's not just a big, strong number 9. He has got that ability with the ball at his feet, or with the ball in the air as well, winning it, fashioning the overhead kick. And yeah, the Shots defence will know they've been in a game up against him, and give him 1 or 2 chances, he will punish you.
As Spennymoor came down the left a minute ago, they got 4 bodies into the front line. Here they come now down the right side, a very, very deep cross. It's going to go all the way across. Aaron Jones takes no chances and heads it behind for what will be the first corner of the afternoon. Don't think it was going to be of any danger, but Jones wasn't to know that. And the Shots with their first serious bit of defending to do. An eerie hush amongst the 18,000 Shots fans at the moment. As a football club, as a football team, they don't tend to do things the easy way. We expect a bit of adversity at some point.
Oh, yes.
Rye smiles away to my right there from Tim Sills and from Steve Gibbs. Corner then to Spennymoor, and it comes, left-footed, headed back across goal. Ellison gets a foot on it. Shot comes in from distance, and it's always slicing to the right and ends up wide of the target. 6 minutes completed here at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Yes, Aldershot Town at Wembley. Pinch yourself, it really is happening. Spennymoor 0, Shots 0, 6 minutes in, and the Shots, really, to be fair, Tim, have barely got out their half yet, have they?
No, absolutely, and it's one of those, they need to get themselves in the game. They're playing the very fashionable almost 3-4-2-1 formation today with Henry and Barrett in the 10, and they need to start finding them as much as possible and then get people forward a little bit quicker, because at the moment it's all a bit safe, which is fine because they can bed themselves in, but at some point, yeah, they need to become a little bit more expansive and find people in those little pockets.
Here's Tetek picking up the ball on halfway, assesses his options and then goes back to Ellison to Woodhouse, one touch to buy himself a bit of space, inside to Barrett and back to Theo Widrington. 7 minutes gone, 0-0 here in the FA Trophy final. Frost holds the ball up on the left. To be fair, Steve, you and I have watched an awful lot of Aldershot in the last month or so, and in far too many games they've slipped behind in the first 15 minutes, and looks to me like very much finding their feet in these opening minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, and completely understandable in unfamiliar surroundings against relatively unfamiliar opposition. And yeah, I think get yourself settled, don't allow anything stupid in the opening 10-15 minutes, and then you can start to unleash the chaos that Tommy Widrington's team brings. In the transition they play with pace and freedom, and yeah, maybe it is drawing Spennymoor onto you, allowing them a little bit of confidence, and then you hit them on the break.
Yeah, just inside their own half at the moment, Aldershot Town, watched on by 18,000 Shots fans, best part of 4,000 Spenny fans, and a smattering of Whiteleaf and Whitstable fans. There's a good ball from Frost inside to Theo Widrington. He now sends a diagonal ball out to the right side to Aaron Jones, who's well forward. He's shut down now, looks to find Barrett down by the corner flag, holds it up, plays it back inside to Tetek. Tetek gives it back towards Barrett, does well to control it in a tight situation. He finds Aaron Jones, ball back in, and then again the referee lets go what might have been a free kick. Ellison comes forward, gets a little bit underneath the ball, can't get a clean header. Armitage at the second attempt gets it, but can only feed it to a Spenny player on halfway. And 8 minutes 40 seconds gone, 0-0 here at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Managers Graham Lee and Tommy Widrington watch on. Both of them have suffered health and adversity issues in their life over the last year. Tommy Widrington directly, of course, with 2 strokes suffered in November, and Graham Lee, whose wife continues to fight a battle against a rare form of cancer, and I'm told that she's here today. That's all wonderful, wonderful news. And something rather poetic, Steve, is that those 2 managers out there stood, 10 yards apart in their little technical areas today, are former teammates. They both played for Hartlepool back in the day.
Yeah, and they both won promotion as well. And Tommy said that Graham, as a big, strong centre-half, he was a decent footballer as well. He wasn't just a battering-ram centre-half. And Tommy told me on Friday he hasn't spoken to him in the build-up to the final, but the day after both teams had progressed to the final, Tommy phoned him up and they had a bit of a laugh and reminisced about their playing days together. And yeah, he thinks they'll probably, whatever the result, enjoy a glass of something this evening and toast the victor.
Just while Steve was talking, a really good headed winner from Luca Woodhouse against Glenn Taylor, but then a ball from Theo Widrington that just drifted into touch. Spennymoor have got us back underway. 10 minutes gone, 0-0 here in the FA Trophy final between Aldershot Town and Spennymoor Town, as Marcus Dewhurst treads on a blue balloon as he throws the ball out to Luca Woodhouse, who gets his head down and makes a little bit of progress forward here. Shut down by Glenn Taylor, goes back inside to Theo Widrington. Tetek, Henry, Armitage and Jones all on the ball. Shots seeing plenty of it, but largely in their own half, or on the edge of it in these opening 15 minutes or so. Approaching 11 minutes now, goalless, and Aldershot seeing plenty of the ball, but not really thrust. And I think they need a moment, actually, to ignite this 18,000 fans who are watching on rather in a bit of trepidation at the minute. Here's a ball out to the left. Frost can't keep it in, not his fault. It wasn't the best of balls. He points to where the ball should have been. And Tim, would you agree with that? Aldershot just need a little moment to calm themselves down as a team and to get this 18,000 strong support, giving them the advantage that they want.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, like I said, it's almost a little bit safe at times, but actually what they're doing is they're moving Spennymoor around. The Spennymoor wingers are actually pushing onto the back 3, so here we go. This might be the moment potentially.
Yeah, good winner from Barham. He managed to feed the ball into Henry, who's on the edge of the final third, sends a cross in now, header's wide, but was there a touch from a Spennymoor defender? No. Henry got it in. Glancing header, I think, from Jack Barham, who holds his head high to the heavens, Steve. I think he wonders if he might have done better there.
Yeah, it was difficult. It was almost on the penalty spot, a little bit advanced from that. A glancing header. He was looking to find the far corner and beat Brad James. It would have taken a heck of a header to beat Brad James from that distance, but it is the sort of chance that Jack Barham, he's by no means the tallest striker, but he's got a heck of a leap on him, and I wouldn't have put him past him to get something on target from there, but would have been difficult.
Ball's now back with Marcus Dewhurst. Huge ball forward from him. Barham jumps and takes it on his chest, but it's a Spennymoor player that pounces on the loose ball. And now they go to Ollie Dyson, of course, more familiar to Shots fans as a York City player. He's playing at right back largely for Spennymoor, even though I don't think he tended to play there too much for York City. Here's Tetek finding Frost on halfway, sends the ball forward down the left. That's asking an awful lot of Jack Barham. He can't get there, but it does find touch just in front of the Spennymoor corner flag. 13 minutes gone here at Wembley, where there's no other score updates to give you today from the National League or any other leagues. It's all about this one. It's all about the FA Trophy final. Shots against Moors. Town against Town. 0-0. Spennymoor holding the ball up just inside their own half here. Well cut out by Luca Woodhouse. Gets his head up, assesses his options and goes back to Will Armitage. Fair play, I would say, to the players of both teams. There's not been too much nerves shown in their touch early on. As Tim, though, Sills has said, just probably a little bit safe at times. The shots boss in possession, but a lot of it just inside their own half. And still on this beautiful sunny spring afternoon, 23 degrees centigrade, a good breeze though. Here's Barrett twisting turn, he feels he's fouled. The referee Lewis Smith comes to his rescue. He's been reluctant, Steve, in this opening quarter of an hour to give much in the way of fouls, but finally gives one there.
Yeah, I think that there's been nothing really worthy of it. The one he did give was against Theo Widrington, and rightly so. And that's the thing with Spennymoor. They don't press high. They don't really engage until the final third. But at the moment, Aldershot Town are bossing possession, but not able to really do anything with it.
Here's Barrett receiving the ball back to goal, clips it out to the right-hand side. Aaron Jones looks to hold it up just inside the penalty area. Goes back to Henry. Henry sends a cross into the far post. Squared back across. And Brad James gets up to his near post and pushes it behind. The Shots with their first corner of the game. We're in the 15th minute, 0-0. And now we hear the roar of the red and blue as Josh Barrett comes forward to take the first Shots corner of the afternoon.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to get the Shots fans in good voice, and Aldershot Town had an overload there. Theo Widrington and Tyler Frost beyond the far post against Ollie Dyson, the Spennymoor right back, and Frost was a little bit annoyed that he couldn't get it on target.
Ball comes in from Barrett, headed away, back to him. He's down by the byline, puts it onto his right foot. A little prod of a ball out to James Henry. Faced up with a Spennymoor defender now, goes back to Frost. Frost sends in a left-footed cross. Brad James should be favourite, jumps, claims it. Shots player ends up on the turf. Brad James has got the ball, and he tries the early ball out to the left side where Aaron Jones positions himself brilliantly, wins the ball, sends it inside to Tetek. Tetek gives it back to him. That's a lovely move from the Shots. But just as Aaron Jones looked up there to see what was on, Spennymoor won the ball. And then in his attempt to win it back, Aaron Jones has committed a foul. It will be a free kick to Spennymoor out on the left-hand side, 15 yards inside their own half. Tim Sills, a better moment there for the Shots, the first time they've really shown going forward, and then when Spennymoor got it forward, a nice little 1-2 to make their way up the pitch, but they couldn't finish the move.
Yeah, much more encouraging, looking really to, like I say, get the ball into those 2 10s that they've got, and then play that ball over the fullback's head to the wing backs, and it's worked 2 or 3 times so far, so it's definitely going to be a feature of the afternoon, I think. But yeah, a bit of defensive work there by Aaron Jones was absolutely fantastic, and a shame it just didn't come to a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a really good point that Tim Sills has made there. Aldershot always play 3 at the back, they always play 4 in midfield, but they can vary between that 2 and 1 or 1 and 2, and it does look more like a 2 and 1 today, with Barrett just a little bit deeper and with Henry, and I think the modern term is box 10s, isn't it, or box midfield, isn't it? And Barham, of course, always up on the shoulder of the last man. That's what he's about, that's what he does. Frustration at times as he's caught offside 5 or 6 times, and if there's one time he gets through, he might hit you and he might hurt you. Still red and blue balloons occasionally circling around in front of us here as we commentate to you from halfway inside the Aldershot Town half, or level with it, as Woodhouse now goes over halfway, turns, comes back to Theo Widrington. 17 and a quarter minutes gone. Ball down the left again. Frost sticks out a foot, but he can't keep it in, and it will go into touch for a Spennymoor Town throw. And there's a slightly eerie hush, would you say, Steve, about Wembley at the moment?
I would.
Plenty of fans still in the stadium. What should we say, 18, 22, maybe 23, 24 still in the stadium, but they're just waiting for this game to ignite at the moment. Spennymoor in possession in their own half, clip ball forward. Ellison gets up and he just about wins it, but then Spennymoor pick the ball up on halfway, send it down the left side. It's picked up by Ramshaw, squares the ball, Taylor leaves it, and it's Frost behind him and not Mondal, who I think Taylor was hoping would be coming in on that ball. It was a clever little leave. It's one of those moments, if it had come off, it would have looked glorious, but as it was, Taylor might have been better getting on it. Here he gets on it and chests the ball down, and a second touch stops Frost from getting there. Spennymoor do well to keep possession just inside the Aldershot half, and now they send it out to the left-hand side where it's picked up by Reece Staunton. Hold and a turn, but Aaron Jones has won the ball. He's played it inside now to Barrett. He's only really got Barham ahead of him, but now he's got Frost out to his left. We're in the 19th minute, towards the end of it. Frost skips inside, I beg your pardon. Barrett skips inside, and then he's just had a slightly heavy touch. Mondal picks the ball up for Spenny, just inside their own half. Aldershot Town 0, Spennymoor 0 in this FA Trophy final at Wembley Stadium. So Shots fans, you can hear now away to our right, but a good 1-2 from Spennymoor. They're going to get in down the right-hand side now and square the ball. Well cut out by Tyler Frost. Not sure if that ball will just trickle behind the goal for a corner or not. In the end, is kept just in play by Spenny, who keep the ball in play now. It's Ollie Dyson well forward, but Shots have won it through Woodhouse. They find Barrett. Aldershot not quite getting enough bodies forward in attack when they win the ball back. For so early in the game, you'd expect to see a little bit more of a surge forward on the transition, but it's Henry who surges forward now with the ball at his own feet, out into a pocket of space on the left, now back inside through Theo Widrington. Not a game that's lit the blue touch paper at this point, Steve Gibbs.
Not yet, no, but a couple of good moments for Spennymoor, and both of their fullbacks, Dyson and Staunton, they've got really good partnerships with their respective wingers, Mondal and McEwen. And if they can get that 2-on-1 going forward against Aldershot Town's wingbacks, that will be an area where they could profit. And in the end, it was really good defending, covering from the Shots back three and Tyler Frost to snuff out the danger.
Here's Woodhouse, finds Henry on halfway. He turns and sends it out to the right-hand side. Well taken down by Aaron Jones, sends it inside to Tetek. He's got a bit of space in front of him. Gives the ball back to Aaron Jones again, and then it's played out to the right-hand side where Josh Barrett's picked it up. Tetek again, back out to Barrett. Barrett's got Aaron Jones just ahead of him. He goes inside to Tetek. He punches it forward, moves into space, sends it out to Aaron Jones on the right-hand side. Cross comes in, and it's cleared behind the goal by Spennymoor, even though there was actually no danger whatsoever. Frost was way off the left-hand side as we look at it, Steve, but Spennymoor will put it behind, and it's the second corner of the afternoon to the Shots.
Yeah, I think same as Aaron Jones at this end a few minutes ago. Ollie Dyson wasn't taking any chances. If he wasn't 100% sure where Tyler Frost was, he might have been making a late run to win the ball and breathing down Dyson's neck. Safe is better than sorry.
0-0, almost halfway through the first half of this FA Trophy final in bright sunshine here at Wembley. Barrett with the ball into the box. It's headed up and behind again by Spennymoor. It'll be a third corner of the game now to the Shots. Scored on a few occasions from corners this season. Again, they're not setting up for the short corner. Barrett's going to send it deep into the heart of the area. It's deeper this time. There's a little header down, half cleared by Spennymoor. Comes out to Theo Widrington. He turns it out to his left, looking for a Shots player, but it's Spennymoor who get onto it. They might have 2 against 1 here as they break down the right-hand side, and the ball's played into the middle and shot towards goal, and it's quite weak from Ramshaw, I think. Easy for Dewhurst to save down to his right. It's the second on-target effort of the opening first half of the game, Steve. 0-0.
Yeah, Shots stretched, but crucially not broken. And the player that Spennymoor would have wanted rushing onto that was probably Rob Ramshaw. That's his game, playing in that number 10 behind Taylor. He's got the ability on the ball, he's got the finishing ability, but he didn't quite catch it as sweetly as he'd have wanted. There wasn't really enough power. And in the end, Marcus Dewhurst was able to make a far more comfortable save than, as that move developed, he would have expected.
We've watched an awful lot of Aldershot Town games this year that have been like basketball matches, end to end. We can score more than you. This is not one of them. As we've pointed out on a few occasions, the Shots have enjoyed greater possession in the opening 23 and a half minutes, but it's Spennymoor who've had the 2 efforts on goal so far, and for Aldershot so far, just the 1 header, a deft one wide from Jack Barham. Here's Armitage sending the ball down the right side. Barham's well up, gets a header on it, but it falls inside to Spenny, but they can only pick out Tetek. Barrett picks it up on the edge of the box. Wonderful shot, saved well, away to his left by Brad James. Finally, a decent effort on target from the shots marksman. Josh Barrett put behind for another corner, Steve Gibbs.
Yeah, shot starting to exert some pressure. An excellent save from Brad James. Feels to me a little bit like Josh Barrett telegraphed it. He was opening his body, he was facing that way. I think James would have known where the shot was going, but it was still well struck. He had to make the save, but I think Barrett could maybe have stretched the goalkeeper a little bit more.
Corner then to the shots, out on the right side for the first time, and it comes from Barrett to the far post. Theo Winnington sends it back in. Brad James jumps and claims it. Tim, Sills approaching the 25-minute mark. Pretty even, would you say? How have you got it?
Yeah, very much so. I think the 2 big chances there for Barrett and then for Ramshaw, the other end, have come from actual mistakes as well. So yeah, one Widdrington loose pass and then a Spennymoor loose pass that had been pounced upon, and it just goes to show that although I said Aldershot were being safe, keeping the ball is much better than giving it away in a dangerous area. And yeah, it's a little bit more resembling a basketball game now, which can only be a good thing.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a point when the gloves are off from both teams, whether it's all level or one of them's got a slender lead. At the moment, we're goalless, 25 minutes in. Here's a ball played up to Mondal, held up by Taylor, back to Mondal. He ends up on the floor, Taylor, but Mondal's getting down the right, crosses it in. Aaron Jones can only head it away to a Spennymoor player, but Theo Widdrington's on hand to clear the ball away up to halfway. Now it's back. Nice hold-up play from Spennymoor on the left-hand side. Can they get another ball into the box here? Held up just inside the area. Ramshaw tries to get the ball in. It's blocked by Ellison and cleared forward by Will Armitage. Barham battles for it, and he's a little bit underneath the header from Spennymoor, who eventually win the ball and go back to Brad James, who ironically, of course, wore the red and blue, or he would have worn, I think, the pink, yellow or purple of the Aldershot Town goalkeeper kit in his spell on loan at Aldershot from Middlesbrough at the time. Here's his opposing goalkeeper, Dewhurst, in possession. Plays it to Armitage. Armitage plays the ball forward. That comes back off a Spenny player. And behind the goal, away to our right. Goal kick to the shots. 26 minutes gone, and we still await the first goal in this FA Trophy final this afternoon. Whiteleaf were not able to get across the line. They took the lead in the FA Vars earlier this afternoon. More post-match reaction for that one to come at half-time in this game. But at the moment, myself, Rob Worrell, Steve Gibbs and Tim Sills are bringing you coverage of Aldershot Town's attempt to try and get a trophy in the BBC Surrey cabinet. Not that it'll ever actually live there, but you know what I'm saying, metaphorically. Here's Tyler Frost out on the left, goes back inside to Luca Woodhouse. Woodhouse inside to Ellison. Interesting, really, the two sides' game plans at the moment. Neither of them have clearly attempted to really take it to the opposition in the opening minutes. Good 1-2 from Luca Woodhouse. He surges forward now, plays a ball into Barrett. One touch to get it out of his feet, and then he almost loses it, and then he does lose it, but he throws a boot in to win it back at the last minute. Armitage plays it into the path of Dayan Tetek. Gives the ball to Henry, a heavy touch from him, but the shots have still got it. What an afternoon, what an opportunity for Dayan Tetek, not recently back from injury. Probably wouldn't have started but for the injury to Cameron Hargreaves, as Theo Widdrington holds it up and finds Tyler Frost on the left side. He plays it back to James Henry. Henry shifts it right, 10-15 yards into the Spennymoor half. 28 minutes gone, 0-0. FA Trophy final here at Wembley. Ball played up to Jack Barham. He goes back to Armitage. Aldershot just if this was a boxing match, they're just jabbing away. There's another ball through the window, and that's given away on this occasion by Luca Woodhouse. And I'd like to name check more of the Spennymoor Town players, but their red numbering on the black and white shirts is awful. And as they're not a team that I've watched much this season, they may be referred to more often than I'd like as Spennymoor Town players. Here's Aldershot winning possession inside their own half, but Armitage has lost it. Cross in from the left. Ellison clears, but that'll only find another Spennymoor player on the left-hand side. Pushing and probing on the edge of the Aldershot Town area, held up by Taylor. And they go back and then try another ball in, and they almost get onto it, but Marcus Dewhouse comes out and snaffles it. High five with Ellison. Armitage heavily involved as well, and relief, Steve Gibbs, as the ball's in the hands of Marcus Dewhouse.
Yeah, I think that was Ramshaw again making a late break into the box. Really good ball. It was touch and go who would get there first, but credit to Dewhurst for being alert enough and brave enough to slide out where the boots were flying.
Throw into Aldershot in the left back position. Woodhouse has retrieved it, but he's thrown it a little bit forward to Tyler Frost to take. Not too much in the way of nerves on show from either side, other perhaps than a lot of the passing's been quite safe, but both sides have had a couple of half chances. Here's Woodhouse, who tries a little bit more of a 50-50 ball, if you like, out to the right-hand side, and Spennymoor have won that. They'll go back now to Staunton in the left-back position. He exchanges passes with his teammate, and then it's played forward down the left side, and Spennymoor onto it, but Woodhouse has come across, he's won it, and he might be able to get the ball out of his feet here and assess options. Aldershot struggling to find space when they go forward. Here's Frost picking up the ball, plays it inside to Theo Widrington, continues a forward run. Now the ball's played up to James Henry. How crucial with his experience playing here at Wembley B this afternoon. Holds the ball up, goes back to Ellison. Proud moment for Southampton, for Wickham and for Bristol Rovers, whose young players are wearing the shirts, the red and blue shirts of Aldershot Town in the back line today. Here's Aldershot attacking on the right hand side. Jones into Henry, holds it up, goes back to Barrett. Barrett plays it back to Widrington, who gives it back to him. Now he'll get a chance to spin, look up and see what's available in front of him. He goes back again to Luca Woodhouse, and there's no doubt that the shots are playing a game of patience here with Spennymoor Town, just trying to work it, as Tim Sills said on a couple of occasions, from side to side, just trying to wear them down, trying to see plenty of the ball, trying to tire them out. And Aldershot is still keeping the ball as they go back through Armitage to Ellison again. 31 and a half minutes gone. Now it's sent out to the left hand side. Spennymoor win it in the air. Mondal heads it back to Ollie Dyson, who sends it forward, and it will find touch on halfway for a throw-in to Shots. Tim, any change in the patterns of play, any change in the tactics for you, or are they still feeling each other out?
No, not much change. I think the only thing that Aldershot lack a little bit in those 2-10 roles are runners in behind Jack Barham as well, and he's a little bit isolated. It's going to be a day where he's going to have to remain as patient as possible because there's not a lot to feed off at the moment.
Good ball down the right hand side now. Aaron Jones is onto it, skips inside his man, but then he finds another Spennymoor player and it's cleared away forward, but then up to Aaron Jones, and then one or two bodies going in. One of those is Aaron Jones. He's just held back, just a Spennymoor arm holding his shirt. Referee well placed, Lewis Smith, to spot that, and Aldershot Town have got a free kick 10 yards inside the Spennymoor half out on the right hand side. 32 and a half minutes gone in this FA Trophy final at Wembley. Aldershot Town from the National League, they finished 16th thanks to that win against Yeovil on the final day of the season, and Spennymoor Town had a bit of a tilt at the playoffs. They finished 9th in the end, but 76 points, pretty impressive compared to Aldershot Town's 57 in the league above. Spennymoor will go again. Here's, as indeed of course will Aldershot Town, who have the ball in their own half now, in the wide open spaces of Wembley, where they seem to have plenty of time on the ball in their own half, but very, very little as soon as they go over halfway. Again, Frost turns back from halfway. And Spennymoor are very, very well drilled out of possession, showing Aldershot Town very few glimpses of space. Here's Widrington sending it out to Tyler Frost on the left-hand side. And Widrington now with the ball down the left to Barham, who chests it down, sends it inside. He's looking for Barrett, but Spennymoor are onto it. Ramshaw can't hold it up. Aldershot have won it. Barrett back to Theo Widrington. Widrington holding it up, travelling back into his own half, and then eventually goes all the way back to Marcus Dewhurst. We're approaching 34 minutes now, and 2/3 of the pitch now bathed in shade, the other third bathed in sunshine, as Frost goes down the left-hand side. A foot comes in from Mundal. He pokes the ball back to a Spennymoor player, but then it's only cleared to touch. Throw in to Aldershot. Luca Woodhouse is well forward to potentially take it, and it's a throw in to the shots. Frost now to take. Just over the 10 minutes left of the first half here at Wembley. A couple of sighters for both sides. Here's Tyler Frost, who looks to square the ball, but it's cut out easily on the near part of the penalty area by Spennymoor. Mundal carries the ball, sends it inside, and it's picked up by Ramshaw. He tries to break the lines. He can't. Armitage is well placed, finds Ellison. Ellison finds Tetek, and Tetek now finds James Henry, who's got Aaron Jones making a run away to his right. Carries the ball forward at pace. Now he slips it into Aaron Jones. Jones looks to get the cross in. It's past everybody. Frost should get onto it on the far post. There's no element of gamble from Frost to get on the far post for any crosses, is there? He's playing a very safe position. Had he been a little bit more adventurous there, he might have had a goal chance.
Absolutely.
Shots have still kept possession though. Armitage out to Aaron Jones on the right touchline. Eerie is the atmosphere, I'd say, here at Wembley Stadium as we await the first key moment. Come on, the shots breaks out from the 18,000 shots faithful. Woodhouse plays it forward. It's cut out by Spennymoor. But again, Aldershot have always got a man over at the back, and that is Ellison. Plays it to Aaron Jones, turns it round the corner looking for Henry. Cut out rather too easily by Spennymoor. We're just shifting the ball around on the edge of their own half, and then they play it forward, and they might get onto it now on the left-hand side. No flag into the right-hand edge of the penalty area. Shift, a shot, and a poor shot wide from Spenny. And again, Steve, I'm struggling to pick up the number of the player who's put it wide, but poor effort there from Spenny, not troubling Marcus Dewhurst.
I think Tim thinks it was Matty Dolan.
Well, we're not going to argue with him.
Corey McEwen, who had drifted in from the left flank, as is his wont. Both of the Spennymoor wingers are inverted. They play on the opposite side to their favoured foot. He has scored some excellent goals in recent weeks. I think he scored 2 in their last 2 league games. Excellent composed finisher. Fortunately for the shots, that wasn't one of them.
Here's a ball played forward from Ellison, and Barham manages to find a pocket of space. It comes off his head and into touch. I think again he's just off balance, maybe thought he had Spenny hands on him, but nothing given by referee Lewis Smith, who's largely let things go. Certainly anything other than clear and obvious fouls. Talking of clear and obvious, we are at Wembley, Steve, but no VAR this afternoon.
No, I'm not. It's tense enough. I'm not quite sure that we could take the tension of video assistant referees as well.
Here's Ellison winning the ball just inside the Spenny half. Goes back to Tetek. And who's going to be brave? Who's going to find that incisive pass? Who's going to take the chance on that maybe 30-70 ball that splits a very tight and well-organised Spenny defence? Who knows? It's Aldershot now in possession, just inside their own half. You definitely can't see a league's difference between the two sides, but it is Aldershot who've bossed the possession as we approach the 38-minute mark. Barham holds it up. He's fouled from behind and takes the free kick quickly just inside his own half. Plays the ball back to Theo Widrington, who uses Ellison, and now Armitage. And Spennymoor Town out of possession. Very strong banks of 2 4s, and the 2 strikers as well also getting back behind the ball. Consequently, as they play it forward here, it's all too easy for the shots to pick up again. Armitage and Tetek exchange passes, and eventually it go back to Marcus Dewhurst. Through Woodhouse to Frost. Just how much, Steve, do you think Aldershot are missing the pace and mobility of the likes of Ryan Jones and Cameron Hargreaves today? Two of the more mobile players in the Aldershot Town team, both picking up injuries in the final weeks of the season.
Inevitably, I think so. They're such a big part of Aldershot Town's energy and drive, and yeah, Aldershot Town are playing within themselves, but that is credit to Spennymoor as well.
Henry to Aaron Jones on the right-hand side, plays it into Barrett on the edge of the box, back to goal, tries to shake off his man, he's still got it, tries a shot, slight deflection on it, ends up on target, and Dewhurst, I beg your pardon, Brad James saves it for Spenny. So there you go, Steve, 2 shots on target at either end now, but never really a moment in which we thought the net was going to ripple.
No, absolutely not. It was an easy save for Brad James, and yeah, I think by design Aldershot Town are playing within themselves, but that is credit to Spennymoor. The back four, those 2 defensive midfielders, Dolan and Shrimpton, being so difficult to break down, and they're not engaging until Aldershot Town make the final third. They're not a pressing sort of team. They do sit off, they let you play, but they let you play in areas that are of no danger to them, and almost they're the ones who've been quicker and more dangerous in the transition, even though they're playing a defensive game, but they've been quicker on the counter than Aldershot Town, and certainly they're almost daring the shots. Have you got the creativity to break us down? And at the moment Aldershot Town don't.
Just the 2 efforts on goal, both from Josh Barrett, both on target. Brad James more than equal to both of them. At the other end, well, Glenn Taylor's tried an overhead kick and McEwen's shot wide, but here's James Henry breaking the lines on halfway. He's got Barham out to the right of him. He might have a shot here from the edge of the area. He does, and it's over the bar. It kind of opened up for him, Tim Sills, didn't it, there? And he's got better quality than that in his boots, that's for sure. But a sighter at least for the very experienced, even here at Wembley, James Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought, the way he won it back was brilliant. Fantastic feat to nutmeg the defender and drive on. And, Aldershot had good runners up with him that time, and that just created the space for him to have the shot. And, chances at Wembley are few and far between. So I think it would be disappointing not to have made a little bit more of it.
Goal kick then to Spennymoor Town, Brad James to take. Just the final quarter of the pitch now, bathed in sunshine. Pretty sure that by the time the teams come out for the second half, it'll be all in shade. They'll probably welcome that, the players, on a warm afternoon. Here's Jack Barham trying to beat his man in the air, and he's either fouled or he's offside. It matters not. It'll be a free kick to Spennymoor, 15 yards inside their own half. And I'm not going to say it's through boredom, Steve, but the red and blue balloons are being passed around for a bit of added entertainment for the Shots fans.
Yeah, it has been a cagey first half, a little bit of a footballing chess match, I suppose, as the cliche goes, but that could be by design, and we may see an explosive second half, and that basketball game may come back with a vengeance.
Here's Tetek on the edge of his own final third, goes back to Armitage, who similarly goes back to Dewhurst. He'll kick now towards halfway. Barham gets up, gets the header on it. Who'll get the knockdown? It's Barrett. Barrett to Theo Widrington. Nice ball into the path of Tetek, who sends it out to the right side to Aaron Jones. Turns inside, 1 against 1 against the Spennymoor player who's still on the floor. Now a through ball. Barrett picks it up on the edge of the area. Oh, he looks to turn inside into space, and a Spennymoor foot just pushes it away from him. And it is the Moors now who play a ball forward on the left-hand side. Ellison battling away for it, gets a second attempt and clears it back to Dewhurst, and then ball straight through the middle, beats players from both sides and eventually picked up by Spennymoor. They've got it on the left hand side, they're trying to cross. It's one in the air by Ellison, played up towards Josh Barrett. Barrett's got it, he plays the ball on the edge of the final line for Barham. He's going to chase it on the edge of the area, cleared up in the air a little bit awkwardly from Brad James, picked up by James Henry. He holds it up on the right touchline. He hasn't got a lot of support up there, but he keeps possession. Now he plays it back to Aaron Jones. Jones attacking the edge of the penalty area, finds Tetek. Tetek back to Henry. Now Barrett leaves it for Theo Widrington. Tries a little curler and it's on target, but caught rather than saved by Brad James. And as we approach the final 90 seconds of the first half, it remains Aldershot Town 0, Spennymoor Town 0. Steve Gibbs.
Good passage of possession for the Shots, but once again the end product is a little bit lacklustre, and that does rather sum up Aldershot Town's first half. They've had lots of possession but not been able to unduly trouble Brad James, and Theo's shot, well placed, well struck, on target definitely, but little more than catching practice for the Spennymoor goalkeeper.
Here's Spennymoor now, getting just inside the Aldershot Town half. Cleared forward, good leave. Taylor turns it round the corner and they send it back inside now, but Ellison's well placed, calm heads, good control. Sends it back to Frost. Frost up to Henry. Henry finds Tetek. The roar of the Shots faithful as Tetek, turns inside and gets away from two Spennymoor players. Breaks into the Spennymoor half, sends it back out right hand side to James Henry. He's into the penalty and now sends it to Tetek. Tetek holds up, tries a shot, it's weak and hits the foot of a Spennymoor player. It's cleared away to Will Armitage. Maybe, just maybe, the Shots starting to get a bit more joy towards the end of this first half. We've got 20 seconds plus whatever's added on here. Aldershot keep possession, but they're back now in the centre circle. It's Luca Woodhouse who's well forward. Sends it out to the left hand side where Josh Barrett's just popped into a little pocket of space. He goes back to Luca Woodhouse. Tommy Whittington on the edge of his technical area, jumping and skipping about as he tends to do. We're going to have one added minute here. We're 7 seconds into it already as Aldershot just inside the Spennymoor half. All the Spennymoor Town players inside their own half. Just try and prod it and tease it and go from one side to the other. Here's Woodhouse into Whittington, back to Woodhouse, now to Frost. Frost inside to Ellison, and now Ellison out to the right side looking for Aaron Jones. It's headed by a Spennymoor player into touch. It'll be a throw into Aldershot, I'd imagine. By the time they take that, the referee Lewis Smith will be looking at his watch and looking to bring this first half to a close. Aldershot Town 0, Spennymoor Town 0, here at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Half time to come with Tim Durrance very shortly, and we'll get more post-match from that Whiteleaf against Whitstable FA Vars final that took place earlier. There is the half-time whistle, 0-0 here. Let's get the first of all of Steve Gibbs, and then from former Shot, Tim Sills.
Yeah, cagey first half, a little bit something and nothing. Aldershot Town definitely playing within themselves. We've not seen the pace, the vibrancy, the chaos that Aldershot Town sometimes unleash in games, particularly on the transition. But that's in large part credit to Spennymoor. They've been really difficult to break down. They've been sitting off Aldershot Town, daring the Shots if they've got the creativity to break them down. At the moment, they don't. And it's Spennymoor who've looked more dangerous in the transition, on the counter-attack. They've gone front to back more dangerously than the Shots. A brilliant occasion before kick-off. Thereafter, the game hasn't really exploded into life yet.
Tim, anything in particular to add to that from a tactical point of view? Do you think it's a matter of who's going to twist and who's going to stick? Are the finishers today going to be almost as important as the starters?
Yeah, I mean, it is an energy-sapping, hot day on a tough pitch to play on, but actually I think the way the game's gone, both teams will have plenty left in the tank for the second half, which can only be a good thing. I think, like I said, the crucial two for Aldershot at the moment are the 2 10s in there. They're not going to run in behind, but we've seen when they get the ball and they turn towards goal that's when they can make things happen. And then, the occasions when they get the ball in the box, it's about, my message at half-time would be, let's load the box, let's get more bodies in there. Like you say, Frost at the back post, get the midfielders in there as well, because there's been some good balls in there, but they need to start taking a few more risks in terms of getting bodies forward.
That's Tim Sills and Steve Gibbs. I'm Rob Worrell. I'm going to hand you back now to Tim Durrance.
Yeah, thanks to Tim, to Steve and to Rob. They're going to have a nice half-time break. So 0-0 in the FA Trophy final between Aldershot Town and, of course, Spennymoor Town. Earlier, I'm afraid, disappointment for AFC Whiteleaf, beaten by 2-1. They led in that game but lost the FA Vars final. Some of the fans have stayed in their seats to watch this second game. but many, in fact pretty much all of the Whitstable Town fans have headed off back to Kent, no doubt, to party tonight. Cameron Anderson-Jones is heading off into the crowd here, so we'll get some reaction from him and from some of the fans, what they make of that first half. Let's just remind you what has happened elsewhere in the Premier League today. Is, of course, the end of the games in the third to last round of matches. So everyone has now played 36. Earlier, Chelsea beaten 2-0 at Newcastle. Hugely important, of course, at the battle for the Champions League places. Manchester United and Spurs both in that Europa League final. Not surprisingly, Pats both losing today. That is their focus. 2 weeks' time for them in Bilbao. Manchester United losing 2-0 at home to West Ham United. Spurs beaten 2-0 at home by Crystal Palace. Talking of the Champions League positions, as it was with Chelsea and Newcastle, Forest slipped up. They conceded late on against Leicester to draw 2-2. That was at the City Ground, at home. So Nottingham Forest could only get a point today. Liverpool, in the 4:30 kick-off, the champions who visit Brighton a week on Monday, are beating Arsenal comfortably by 2-0. So the table, as it stands, with one live game between the top two. Third in Newcastle on 66, Arsenal by the way on 67, Manchester City fourth on 65, Chelsea fifth on 63 and Aston Villa sixth on 63, Forest on 62, so it really is still very tight for those Champions League places. We're going to go out into the crowd in a moment's time and see if we can grab Cameron Anderson-Jones and some Aldershot fans, but let's get some reaction to the Whiteleaf defeat. They led but then lost by 2-1 in extra time. The skipper, Helge Aromi, spoke with Cameron pitchside as the crowd were still vociferous a little after the game.
I'm incredibly disappointed. Well, as I said, we're a team full of winners, and to come this far and just fall short is really hard to take for us. Like we're used to winning, and every time we do lose, it does hit a sour note for us. So yeah, it's just been really disappointing, really.
Gutting, and I could see the kind of tears in your eyes. Just how much did this day out mean to everyone involved in the squad from when I suppose the club first started to be here today?
I mean, the club's done amazing. I mean, from 4 years from its inception to be playing a game at Wembley, it's amazing, it's remarkable enough. But as I said, we're a team full of winners, and we put that to the background. We wanted to make history for the club. We have made history, but we wanted to obviously get our names on that trophy, but we just fell short. But again, with the short history we have, I think it's amazing to come this far, and it's just so disappointing. I'm gutted for the fans, even though they love the day out, they're telling us how proud of us they were, but we just wanted to give them this trophy, and we've got backroom staff who have been around Whiteleaf for years, and we just wanted to give them this day. And unfortunately we couldn't do it.
What was it like to actually play in that kind of game? You probably, with this kind of heat, I know you had to come off early, how are you as well? But for all the boys to go through that gruelling heat, to have the extra water, you probably couldn't have predicted that, I suppose, a few weeks ago.
No, to be fair, we was prepared, and they told us how hard it was going to be, but it's different in the theory. When you're actually out there, it's grueling. Literally 5-10 minutes into the game, we was already literally dying out there. So it was one of them ones as well. We didn't really control the game as much as we want to, so there was a lot of transitions, which obviously made us have to run a lot more and a lot harder. So a lot of players were out there on their feet. So all I can say is the effort was there. We just fell a little bit short. That's what it is.
Are there any regrets at all? Do you wish that you did something slightly differently, or just on the day? At the end of the day, it's a cup final, and any team can win.
I think for us, it's just that we had so many chances. We had so many chances, and you can't miss that many chances in a game and expect to win, And the more chances we missed, the more frustrated we got. And yeah, Whitstable defended well. They threw their bodies on the line, and they deserved it.
As the skipper, how do you pick the boys up after this? And you might have that potential playoff campaign as well, depending on what happens with the league. How do you go forward from this?
Tonight we're going to go back to the stadium with all the fans there, have our end of season do, and at the end of the day we're just going to celebrate the season. It's been an amazing season. The players have done all the fans and the community proud, and we're just going to go and celebrate that.
And you have done all these fans proud, I just want to say that. So You made history for the whole club, so congratulations for doing that. I know it doesn't feel like that right now, but this is an experience that you'll never forget.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it is what it is. Back to the drawing board, and we go again, hopefully in the higher division.
Yeah, the skipper there of AFC Whiteleaf, Helge Aromi, in conversation with Cameron. Always a difficult interview, that pitch side at the end of a Wembley defeat. But it's only half time for the Shots. It's goalless. Full life second half commentary to come. Let's go back amongst the Shot fans with Cameron, who's earning his money today.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yes, I'm joined by Peter now, who's one of the fans kind of eagerly awaiting one of the first bits of action in the game. Peter, what have you made of that first half?
Yeah, it's obviously all Aldershot to start with, but they need to push on a bit. It seemed to filter out in the penalty area. A couple of good crosses, a couple of headers, but they just need to push on a bit. I think Spennymoor here for the taking.
Do you think that the Shots are, I don't know, a little bit nervous? You know, you never want to concede the first goal if you're either side playing within themselves a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they need a bit more courage to go forward. They've got the backs. The backs are playing really well, I think. So they can rely on them. Just push forward, take them on.
Who's the key players that you're looking out for the Shots to kind of step up in this second half? We saw Josh Barrett went really close to getting the opening goal as well.
Well, I mean, just watching from here, I mean, it's been all the defensive back four have been doing most of the work and most of the pushing forward. Tommy Waddington, maybe. He's been picking up and picking on the midfield. Number 8's got his name. But number 8, he's been trying to drive down the left-hand side, so maybe from there.
And finally, just tell us how much it would mean to you for them to win this competition, the FA Trophy. You've been a fan for a very long time, and yeah, the first time to see the team at Wembley, finally.
Well, yeah, it means a lot to me. This shirt I'm wearing is actually my uncle's, and he passed away a few years ago, so I'm sort of wearing it for him. So if they win, awesome, it'll be in his memory, so that'll be brilliant.
And bring it on, I suppose. A final message to the team going out there in the second half. What do you want to see?
Yeah, come on, Shots, get stuck into them, come on.
That's Peter, Tim. They're all trying to get behind the team. Just one little hurrah. We need a little rocket ship in the second half, so hopefully we get it and the game starts to open up.
Cameron, great stuff, thank you. Yes, if you just joined us, a very good afternoon. What a couple of days of broadcasting here on BBC Radio Surrey, your local station. We are out and about in your patch as often as we can. Yesterday we were out all day across Surrey. You can hear highlights of that with James and Kerry back in the studio tomorrow morning. They were here on Wembley Way at lunchtime in the build-up to this, but it was sadly not a party day for ASC Whiteleaf. We've heard from their manager, Anno Ganella, the joint manager. We've heard as well, of course, just now from Helge Aromi. Let's get the feeling for the hardened Whiteleaf fans. There are some 5,000-6,000 who travelled up. They've been speaking to George and to Tom outside.
Yeah, really disappointed. Thought the boys played really well. Ultimately, I think Whitstable had it at the end, but yeah, really disappointed.
I think they were a fitter team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very honest of you as well.
Yeah. Say at the end of it, I mean, Whiteleaf were going down like flies, basically.
The injuries. It's Jack's first time at Wembley as well, so it's been a really good experience for him as well.
Yeah. Well, that's what we come for, the experience. I mean, it's the first time I've come to the new Wembley Stadium since the Twin Towers were there when I support Fulham, so I'll go back to the Bobby Moore era.
And Jack, what was it like for you? Was it daunting? A big stadium?
It was fun. It was noisy, but it was mainly fun.
Yeah. No, and were you excited at the beginning of extra time? What was that? Were you happy to get?
I was nervous and I was excited and I was happy at the same time.
No.
I think we were all hoping,
at the end.
all hoping that they were going to pull it out the bag in extra time. But
one thing I do disagree with is the ref not giving the penalties we had that we should have had.
Yeah, that was interesting. That's a good question because there were a few little decisions in either half actually in and around the box. What was your take overall?
Well, yeah, I think the referee was a bit lenient with it all, but no, I think that Whiteleaf's the goal that was disallowed, I think that was a legitimate goal because the goalkeeper come out and he actually, for my mind, he fouled the Whiteleaf player.
Two Bens and Dan. Ben, first of all, what was your take on your day today. What was your take on that?
Well, I think it was exceptional to be at a club with Whiteleaf, such a local team. To me, and not just people that have been to the club, we wouldn't have dreamed to have gone to Wembley. Wouldn't have dreamed to have gone to Wembley. Whatever the result was, would have been incredible. Such a good day out for the community. So, hats off to the players and hats off to the coaches.
And in extra time, were you feeling like you were the favourites at the start of extra time?
I think it was mixed. I think both teams going into extra time. Football at the end of the day, anyone can win it. Both teams looked tired, but hats off to Whitstable. They gave it a go. They got their goal and they sat back. Whiteleaf just couldn't create it, but they've had such a good season, so we're so proud of the players. So yeah.
And now your fellow fan was just saying there, how do you mentally refocus for the playoffs potentially? Because it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you're but Red Hill finished above you.
Well, it does look like Red Hill are going to get deducted. We'll soon see in a few days' time. But Whiteleaf have had such a good season, and tomorrow, like the guy said before, it's a new day tomorrow. They'll go again, and they've got such a good group of lads. They can regroup and easily win this league.
There we go then. At every FA Cup final, every trophy final, every Vase final, any final, there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. Disappointment for AFC Whiteleaf this afternoon, thanks to George and to Tom, who covered that game so brilliantly online. And of course, we'll get those reactions up online tomorrow from the players and managers. Disappointment for Whiteleaf, but as we heard there with George and the fans, they are going through the playoffs. Real dog's dinner of a end of season with disciplinary issues in terms of points and so on. So as you heard there, we're still not totally sure where, when, why, who and how AFC Whiteleaf will play their playoff finals out. But of course, the more important thing for them is the meteoric rise from Parks football 3 years ago, and here they are already 3 divisions up. So if they can get through the playoffs, that's 4 ups in 4 years. Elsewhere in the world of sport, Surrey batting well on day 3. It's going to be a draw. There's nearly 1,000 runs scored between Warwickshire and Surrey. Surrey 331 for 7. But there's still 334 behind Warwickshire, who posted a massive 665 for 5 declared. Full ball-by-ball commentary with Mark Church and the team continuing online right now, as there will be for every ball of every game. We also do Hampshire, of course, as well. A lot of Hampshire interest today with the shots. Hampshire 104 for 9 in their second innings. They are in trouble. They need 379 to win with 1 wicket remaining. I think you say, Rob, there, that Hampshire are going to lose against Nottinghamshire, who are right up there at the top of the table. The teams are out here at Wembley. Aldershot Town 0, Spennymoor Town 0. The shots in the National League. Spennymoor Town for the National League North, but you wouldn't have known it too much in that half. It was fairly even, a little bit scrappy, but some openings for both sides, but neither could take them. Your commentary team for the second half. The former Shots striker Tim Sills is alongside us, the Shots fan and former media officer Steve Gibbs, and the man calling it for the final 45 minutes of regulation time of a long old season. He's going to dig deep. It's Rob Worrell.
Thank you very much indeed, Tim. As things look at half time, this one might go the full distance, but the sides are out for the second half. Can't see any changes, so the shots will line up as follows. Dewhurst in goal, Woodhouse, Ellison and Armitage, the back 3 left to right, Frost, Tetek, Widrington and Aaron Jones, the shot skipper across the middle, Henry and Barrett supporting Jack Barham in attack. Spennymoor Town with Brad James in goal, a back 4 left to right, Staunton, Beals, Ledger and Dyson, Shrimpton and Dolan the holding midfielders, McKeown and Mondal out wide, and then Rob Ramshaw supporting Glenn Taylor up top. Spennymoor Town get us underway for the second half. Immediately send the ball out to the right-hand side. Mondal controls it. He's dispossessed by Frost, who does well, plays the ball down the line, and then it will be picked up by Ollie Dyson. Lifts the ball to the edge of the shots area. It's flicked on by Spennymoor, coming together, cleared away by Ellison. Looking for Henry. Henry battles well to try and win the ball back against McKeown, and it will be a throw in to Spennymoor Town. And there is still a little bit of sunlight away to our left, and that the shadows lined up with the edge of the penalty area as Aldershot break out from the back with Woodhouse. He's still got the ball up to halfway, and Spennymoor trying to shut him down now, sends it out to the right hand side to James Henry. Henry has to dink the ball back to Aaron Jones. Woodhouse picks himself up off the floor. He was impeded just as he sent the pass forward. Aldershot go back through Armitage and Ellison to Theo Widrington, who's just picked the ball up as if he was the left-sided centre half, plays it up to Tyler Frost, and Frost goes all the way back to Dewhurst. And back alongside me is the former Aldershot Town media manager Steve Gibbs, and also former Shots striker Tim Sills. While the ball's behind the goal away to our right, Steve, little talking point from earlier of where Shot strikers were in the pecking order. I put it to you that the man further to your right was probably the best Aldershot Town striker ever had, coming back and defending as well. He was brilliant at both ends, wasn't he, Tim Sills?
He was, absolutely, yeah, and that's a big part of any striker's game, that being able to use that aerial ability in your own penalty area, not just the opposition's. And we saw so many times Tim score vital headed goals, but I'm sure the number of goals he saved with his head are just as many.
Here's Ramshaw picking up the ball on the left-hand side, sending it into the area, cleared away by Woodhouse. Nice first touch from Barrett into Henry. There was a moment where maybe he could have found Barham. He sends the ball in now. Barham scores for the Shots in front of the 18,000 Aldershot Town fans. As the ball came in from Henry, Barham just tried to meet it. It almost hit him as much as he hit it, but it found its way in. And the Shots are ahead here at Wembley. Just a couple of minutes into the second half. Aldershot Town 1, Spennymoor Town 0. Steve Gibbs initially.
What a brilliant cross from James Henry. You could see as the move developed, Jack Barham was on the shoulder, but he was just behind Ollie Dyson, and he managed to get in there, almost as he did in the semi-final against Woking. Didn't meet this one with his head, just caught it with the inside of his foot. It took an age to travel the 4 or 5 yards before it crept inside the post. I thought maybe it was going to drift wide. It was only when it was inside the back of the net that the celebrations could start. That's the first time really that Aldershot Town have opened up Spennymoor, turned them round and asked questions of that back four, and that's Jack Barham all over. Give him half a chance and he will score.
What a player he is on the big occasion. So many times. A bit of appreciation, Tim, for Jack Barham from a striker's point of view. We talked off air at half-time about how hard he'd had to work, how isolated he's been, but when the moment came, he didn't disappoint.
No, and we talked about people getting forwards and supporting him, and that's what Henry did there brilliantly. But actually, I was watching Barham's movement. He went to go front, then he went to go back, and defender didn't know where he was. Fantastic movement. You've got to gamble. You've got to get yourself in there where you know sometimes it can hurt. And actually, he might have got a bit fortunate with the finish, with the defender actually playing against him, but he was in the right place at the right time.
Absolutely. He won't be taking that one off Jackie Barham. As my summarisers alongside me, Tim Sills and Steve Gibbs, have said probably the first time that Aldershot had really opened up Spennymoor with the same number of men or a man over it momentarily. I thought there was a moment that had come and gone when Henry could have sent it to Barham early on and he'd have been scampering away into space, but in the end he kept the ball, and in the end it's an assist for James Henry and a 14th goal of the season for Jack Barham. One of a couple of Shots players I exchanged his message with in the build-up to this game, and I apologise to him for saying that he'd only got double figures last week when he scored against Yeovil. I said I did correct myself in commentary, it was goal number 13. Apologies if it didn't make the edit. And he said no worries, hopefully goal number 14 will come at Wembley. And Steve Gibbs, it has.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's it. Jackie on the spot as we would expected. The Shots metaphorically at least, attacking the East Bank in the second half, and it's they who've drawn first blood and taken the first steps towards a victory in this second half. The game is already opening up. It's looking a bit more stretched. I think both teams realise that they need to start getting onto the front foot, and you can probably hear all around us the Shots fans in full voice. It almost felt in the first half like the team were waiting for the fans to spark them into life. The fans were waiting for the team to do something, and now, once again, 18,011 players in unison.
Supporters even.
Did I say players?
Yeah, but not to worry, they're playing a singing game, and that is the wonderful noise of the Shots fans away to our right. They've finally got something to really get their teeth into now. Their side have got a precious lead. The lead coming on 48 minutes from Super Jackie Barham. And asked before the game about Henry's 17 goals and Barrett's 18, I said, don't forget Jackie Barham. And he won't let us forget him. However, Shots now have something to defend, and they've got some defending to do at the minute as Taylor holds the ball up, and Spennymoor might just get a little bit braver themselves. For the rest of this game, for Aldershot Town now, it might be a question of keeping a good out of possession shape and just hoping for another opportunity, perhaps on the transition. Let's see, here Aldershot do win it. Well, Widgerton didn't take a touch, but it is cleared forward to Tetek. Tetek gives it to Barrett, but then he gets a poor touch when it comes back to him, and he fouls now on halfway. Spennymoor going to send the ball out to the left-hand side. It'll bounce once and find touch. Steve, not so much this season, but over the last 2 or 3 seasons, Aldershot have tended to concede a lot of goals in the 5 or 10 minutes after they've scored. Just how crucial are the next 5 or 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, you don't want to do anything to give Spennymoor any sort of confidence, any foothold back in the game, make any stupid mistakes, as we saw against Yeovil last Monday, where Aldershot Town were almost the authors of their own downfall several times. Keep it tight, keep it sensible. You've got the lead. Now almost take the game in those stages, 5-10 minutes, keep the lead, and then that'll draw the opposition out. And Aldershot Town are most adept at hitting on the counter-attack and exploit the spaces that Spennymoor leave, because the fullbacks particularly will need to push on.
Here's Barrett sending the ball out to Frost. You can go one-on-one on the left. He beats his man, looks to get the cross in. It's quite deep to the far post. Barham heads it back across, and now Spennymoor should clear, and maybe they'll have their own opportunity to transition here. Mondal goes up against Whittington, who just holds his ground sensibly. No foul, not according to this referee, who'd rather not give a decision than give one, or so it would seem. I think it was quite clever. It was a bit nousy, I'd say, from Theo Whittington there, rather than an out-and-out foul, as Woodhouse sends the ball out to the right-hand side to Armitage. Armitage gets the ball back from Aaron Jones. And now Aldershot Town say, well, you might have to be a little bit more adventurous against us, to Spennymoor. Aldershot Town can afford to be patient at times. Ball out to the left. It's one in the air by a Spenny player, but he can only head it into touch. 54.5 minutes gone here at Wembley. Shots 1, Spennymoor 0. Barrett cushions a header into Henry. He sends it back to Barrett. Barrett brings it down, twisting and turning on the edge of the penalty area. Now he's in, sends the ball in. It'll be a straightforward catch for James. Looking for Barham, who was the furthest forward. Frost wasn't too far away either. And Spennymoor Town come away with the ball. Mondal drops deep to get it on the right-hand side. Sends the ball forward. Good play from Armitage to burst in front of Glenn Taylor. Will he still have his moment today? Glenn Taylor celebrating his 35th goal. He's scored in most rounds of this FA Trophy. He got both goals as Spennymoor beats Sutton. Here they come on the edge of the penalty area. Spennymoor, ball inside. Taylor's got it, cushions a pass. Oh, great tracking back from James Henry to win the ball. Feeds Aaron Jones into Tetek to Barrett. Barrett finds Henry. Barham, the sole striker. Henry carries the ball down the right-hand side. Up against his man, it's prodded into touch. And Tim Sills, just coming to you. there's your experience of your 35-year-old on the shots team, knowing when to kill the game, knowing when to carry it, knowing when to just run the clock down for a minute or so.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. And, you know, he's not going to be able to do that for 90 minutes, but just doing it at those crucial times when you need to take a bit of pressure off, and did it brilliantly. And, you know, they're going to need to call on all of their experience. So there are some youthful players out there, so people like him will be, you know, leading the light for everyone else.
Aldershot Town are 34 minutes away from an FA Trophy win, and they're going to make their first substitution of the day, and this is an interesting one. They're 1-0 up. They are taking off Dejan Tetek and bringing on Kai Corbett. Now, I think this could mean
James Henry dropping into midfield.
Henry back into midfield. Frost perhaps inside to the 10. Or no, just Corbett coming in to the 10 to join Barrett, supporting Barham, and Henry just dropping back into the centre of midfield. Don't think he's done anything wrong, Tetek. It might just be a lack of miles in the tank of late, and he's certainly got his foot on the ball and played his part in the opening 56 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. He keeps it simple, and that's the beauty of Dejan Tetek. He is... It feels unkind to call him the water carrier type player, because he is much more than that, but he is the sort of player that keeps the team ticking over, and maybe dropping slightly deeper will be to James Henry's benefit. He might get more space in a central midfield position than in the 10.
Here's Barham getting onto a ball after good work by Barrett, and then it's cleared away, but only as far as Corbett. Corbett shifts it out to the right-hand side to Aaron Jones. A few shots, players in the box. In it comes. Knocked down. Barrett edge just inside the penalty area. Brings it down nicely. Can he make room for the shot? Still trying to get it away. Oh, and it's scrambled just wide in the end. And Brad James scampering away to his right as if it was going to creep into the corner. Josh Barrett's on the floor. Eventually he got that effort away. It was wide of the mark, but Josh Barrett might need some treatment here. A chance to come to former Shots striker Tim Sills. Interesting substitution for the Shots. Henry, with his experience, dropping now into the middle of midfield, and Kai Corbett, whose best moments for Aldershot Town this season have come in the FA Trophy. He scored a hat-trick against I want to say Chesham, but it's not, is it? Chertsey, I beg your pardon. So, looked like a pre-planned substitution to me. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think, you know, that is fresh legs are going to be absolutely massive today, and the timing of those is going to be crucial. So, yeah, I think that would have been a premeditated change probably, and hopefully, you know, we've already seen Kai Corbett pick the ball up in a dangerous area, and hopefully he'll carry on the mantle that from James Henry, who can slot in and use that voice and that experience in a slightly deeper role now.
Josh Barrett walks to the side. He's okay. He'll carry on. Players from both sides have come across for a drinks break, and we'll shortly get back underway. The Shots with a slender lead now, coming just a couple of minutes into the second half. On the transition, Henry carrying the ball up the right-hand side, sending it in, and Jack Barham meeting it and just cushioning the ball inside the far post. Spennymoor on the attack now, can only find touch, and as we approach the hour mark here at Wembley, it's the Spennymoor fans away to our left that have got that final pocket of sunshine, and all bar the final 6 yards protected by Spennymoor, covered now by the shadows. And Aldershot send the ball forward with Theo Widrington. Barham chases. He might just pick the ball up here. Down by the corner flag. He's trying to protect it. The ball's in touch. It's a throw into Aldershot down by the corner flag. And that boy, that man, has run his heart out, Steve Gibbs. Jack Barham.
He has, absolutely. He selfless work for the cause, and he's also, at the moment, Aldershot Town's match winner in so many games. He has proved to be a vital player. He's proved to be the difference, but so much of his work goes unheralded.
Here's Corbett picking up the ball from the throw, goes back to Henry. Henry thinks about going back again, and eventually does, as he's shut down by Glenn Taylor through Armitage to Ellison. Ellison to Woodhouse, and Woodhouse all the way back to Marcus Dewhurst. Now he sends it up the middle. Barham chests it down, looking for Barrett, but he does so from an offside position, and Spennymoor Town will have a free kick 15-20 yards inside their own half. The Shots fans who exploded into life with a lot of noise following the goal. Slightly uneasy silence again at times, Steve, isn't it? I think if you supported Aldershot Town for a number of years, you know that they don't tend to just take the lead and see a game out 1-0.
Absolutely not. No. To be fair, the fans behind the goal are doing their best to rouse themselves, and there is some good noise coming from the travelling East Bank. They're enjoying their superiority at the moment, but absolutely they know that can disappear in a second.
Here's a good recovery touch from Aaron Jones, finds James Henry, looks to play the ball out left to Frost. Spennymoor cut it out. A Spennymoor player's down on the halfway line and will possibly need treatment here. In fact, he's now trying to get up. I'm not sure if it's a touch of cramp. I don't think he's going to need treatment, and the referee will go back and give the ball to Spennymoor, who were in possession. 62 minutes, very nearly gone. Aldershot Town 1, Spennymoor Town 0 here at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Another BBC Surrey covered side, Whiteleaf, took the lead in the game against Whitstable earlier, but they were eventually turned around 2-1. Can the Shots bring a bit of silverware back to the BBC Surrey area this afternoon? And back to North East Hampshire as Luca Woodhouse sends the ball out to the right hand side. It's taken down by Aaron Jones, exchanges passes with James Henry. Armitage clips the ball down the right side. That's poor. That'll go straight into touch, and Kai Corbett just trying to pick up the position. He's probably filling in the 10 where Henry's dropped back from, but he's been more on this right side early on. Jumps for that ball, can't win it, but Theo Whittington can. He finds Barrett on his left foot, on the left side of the area, sends it further left out to Tyler Frost. Frost back to Woodhouse. The Shots still enjoying the greater possession. They've got a slender lead. 63 minutes gone. Touch from Corbett. Back to Henry. Now he gets down the right side. Looks to square it in. Cleared away only as far as Barrett, who gets his shot away left-footed, but it's blocked and cleared away by Spennymoor. A third effort on target of the afternoon from Barrett. This one, though, blocked at source. Aldershot still have the ball on the edge of the area. Barham can't hold it up. Spennymoor looking to get forward with it. Armitage comes through Glenn Taylor. It will be a free kick to Spennymoor Town, and for the first time in a little while, some thoughts from former Shot striker Tim Sills. Jack Barham's gone down as well. Might be a touch of cramp.
Yeah, fantastic bit of movement by Kai Corbett there to give and go and get in behind, and the ball in was fantastic. And we talked during the first half and at half time about needing to get more bodies in the box, and that was what was needed there. I mean, Josh Barrett unlucky with the rebound, but so much more positive shot. You can see the tempo's gone up, you can see the energy's gone up, and now you can see the cramp coming, so that's why it's going to be even more important that the subs are right. I can see Tommy Widrington, he goes mental down on the sideline, doesn't he? He's so animated and passionate. It's amazing.
Kicks every ball. Barham's had a touch of cramp. I've just seen Theo Widrington stretching off as well. That's what Wembley does, Steve, isn't it? It saps the life out of your energy, and your physical energy and your mental energy is already drained from the minute you walk out at this grand stadium.
Absolutely, yeah. The anticipation drains your body, and whether Jack's able to continue or not, Kwame Thomas on the Aldershot Town bench is getting ready to be introduced. Whether it's alongside Jack or in place of Jack remains to be seen, but yeah, Tommy's mantra is, I don't have a starting 11 and others. I have starters and finishers, and those finishers are just as important as the players that start the game, and it will undoubtedly be that case this afternoon. And Kwame Thomas will throw something at Spennymoor that they haven't had already this afternoon. There was a heavy challenge coming from Taylor on, I think, Will Armitage, and Armitage is now face down on the turf as Taylor picks up a yellow card. The only birthday card that Aldershot Town want to give him.
Yeah, I think it might be Dan Ellison actually, but
yeah, you're right.
Lewis Smith, the referee, shows his first yellow of the season. I beg your pardon, of the game, and he's 155th is what I was thinking. yellow card of the season. That would be a good run, wouldn't it? 45 games and no yellows. All those were the days, Tim, weren't they? Just while we got the stoppage in play, I just want to ask Tim about that. Tim, you're a manager yourself these days of Wimborne. Another town, isn't it? Wimborne?
Yeah,
another town. How do you deal with that? Because you've seen that side of things change in the game, and you haven't got to do a lot now to pick up a yellow card, have you?
Yeah, I mean, I've become a bit of an expert at that myself as a manager as well. But yeah, no, I mean, the ref hasn't really. He's done all right. He's not giving anything soft. The players know if they go down easy, they're not going to get anything. So, you know, if it is a yellow card out there, then I mean, looking at the replay there, that was definitely it was probably more an orange, to be fair. So yeah, you know, I think he's refed it really well. Actually, the players should know what the expectations are by now.
All right, we're well into the final third of this one. That's Tim Sills. Alongside him is Steve Gibbs. I'm Rob Worrell, and we're bringing you live FA Trophy final action from Wembley, where Aldershot Town, after 99 years, have finally arrived. They've finally scored as well, and they lead 1-0 here as Kai Corbett sends the ball in from the right-hand side, finds Barrett. Oh, lovely bit of skill, and then I think it'll be cleared away to safety by Spennymoor Town, but it's still Aldershot Town who are pushing and probing and punching and jabbing, and they have a lead as well. And Dan Ellison might just be he is just tying up his shoelaces. I wondered if he'd got a touch of cramp there. Aldershot almost giving the ball away over on the far side. The referee has given Aldershot Town a free kick. Luca Woodhouse being chopped down in possession, and he's still down. And you know what, Steve? I've got to ask the question. It's the fourth player to go down in the last 5 minutes or so. Is that coincidence, or Aldershot Town trying to show a little bit of nous out there and run the clock down?
Quite possibly, yeah. You wouldn't blame them. It's not necessarily an element of the game that you want to encourage, but there's a trophy to be won out there, and if it means that Spennymoor don't build up a head of steam, don't build up any pressure, then absolutely you can't blame them. And it's Spennymoor. Kwame Thomas seems to have sat back down. It's Spennymoor who've made the change as they chase the game, and it's I think Aidan Rutledge, if you're looking for an equaliser in the FA Trophy, Aidan Rutledge is your man. He was the man who in the 95th minute pulled the semi-final back to 2-2 against Rochdale, and of course Spennymoor won on penalties. He's come on for Junior Mondal, who's been a little bit frustrated this afternoon, a bit of a peripheral figure. Neither of the two Spennymoor wingers have really been able to get in the game much, but Rutledge, a versatile attacker with plenty of goals in him.
Lovely touch from Barrett, sends the ball out to the right side looking for Corbett. He can't win it, but he gets the knockdown from the Spennymoor player. He's got the run on the outside of him now from Aaron Jones. He will eventually use him. He looks for the return. He gets to the byline, skips back, sends in a cross. Frost is on the far side. He'll compete for it. He'll get a touch now. Henry bustles him out the way and sends it back to Luca Woodhouse, who's well forward, actually. One of those three Aldershot Town centre-backs. And now Theo Winton sends the ball out to Kai Corbett. He looks to get a cross in. It's cleared away by Spennymoor, but only as far as Aaron Jones. He goes back to Armitage. Armitage will elect to keep possession for the shots as we enter the 70th minute. Aldershot Town 20 minutes plus added time away from glory. What a lovely ball out to the left hand side where Frost's got it. He's into the edge of the penalty area. It's cleared away. Oh, and it's just wide. I think the final touch came off a Spennymoor player, and it's a corner to Shots as Josh Barrett rouses the Shots fans. He wants that support. The Shots players need that support to get them through this final 20 minutes. Steve Gibbs.
Yeah, Jack Barham improvising inside the 6-yard box, fashioning an overhead kick virtually from nothing as the ball ricocheted around, and yeah, it was only the interjection of a Spennymoor defender which stopped Barham getting a cleaner connection.
Barrett then with the corner in the 71st minute. Header from Ellison! Dan Ellison finally scores his first Aldershot Town goal in the 71st minute. A direct header from a corner. The Shots have doubled their lead, and if you're gonna wait so long to score your first goal for Aldershot Town, why not score it at Wembley. Aldershot Town 2, Spennymoor 0. Steve Gibbs.
Breathing space for the shots. Really well worked corner, Ellison. That's a goal for the whole of that back three, who's been superb, coming in having to be emergency centre halves as Aldershot Town defenders fall by the wayside. He's deserved that goal for the performances that he's given and that Woodhouse and Armitage have given as well. Excellent glancing header into the far corner. There were 3 or 4 Spennymoor defenders around him, but somehow he manages to thrust his head at the last second to get the vital touch. Takes it beyond the wrong-footed Brad James. Tommy Widrington, 2 fists clenched, celebrates the goal, and now he's going to respond with an attacking substitution, bringing on Kwame Thomas. But the shots now, does Aaron Jones have at least one hand on that FA trophy?
Here's a header on from Spennymoor. It's going to find touch behind the goal away to our left. Goal kick to the shots. If anybody I know quite close to me can appreciate a cracking header from a corner, it's the former shot striker Tim Sills. Dan Ellison, what a way to get your first ever goal for shots.
Yeah, a moment he'll never forget, and just pure desire. Like Steve said, there were defenders around him. He just wasn't going to let anybody else get it other than him, and to then find the quality to glance it into that far corner. I mean, it was a corner that they'd had a 3 or 4 in the first half, and they tried the same thing, hit that near post and get bodies in there, and it has finally worked. And fantastic header. But the desire on it for a young lad just beginning to learn his trade, that will stand him in good stead for the rest of his career if he carries on like that.
In his first 3 games for Aldershot Town, Dan Ellison had 3 chances of headers, and unfortunately the woodwork got involved on each occasion. Here's Spennymoor Town on the counter-attack on the right-hand side, looking to take on the shots and get back into this game. As shots clear it forward to Barrett, he helps it on. The shots had a slender lead. Now they've got a cushion, and they've got 17 minutes plus added time to see this one out. Anybody that's ever watched Aldershot Town will know they don't tend to do things easily. They might yet need that cushion. As Spennymoor chase the ball out to the right-hand side and can't keep the ball in play. And finally, Steve, I think we're going to see Kwame Thomas come on for the shots. Back on loan from Ebbsfleet, back at the club where he finished last season. And my goodness me, what a place to end it.
Absolutely, yeah. What a season he's had. And initially thinking he was going to be relegated with Ebbsfleet, now ending it at Wembley, and a huge ovation, deserved ovation. If it is to be Jack Barham's last appearance for Aldershot, and his post on social media this week seemed to suggest that, talking about playing in the red and blue almost as though it was something that had happened in the past. What a way to sign off. And now Kwame Thomas coming on, completely different prospect for the Spennymoor defence to deal with. If Aldershot Town do need to soak up a bit of pressure and go direct, if they do need an outlet, then there's probably no one better at this level than Kwame Thomas.
And Spennymoor Town have made a substitution as well at that point. We'll keep our eye on that one and just tell you who it was that went off and came on when we can. Throw into Aldershot in the left back position. Oh, nice hold-up play and turn from Kwame Thomas. Aldershot shift the ball through the centre of defence as Aaron Jones sends it down the right-hand side, and Kai Corbett scampers after it. He's got Kwame Thomas in the middle, and he overhits the cross slightly. And Spennymoor Town, you don't need a game plan when you're 2-0 down. Every footballer knows it's all hands to the pump now, Tim Sills, isn't it? And for all the chat before the game, for all the instructions, sometimes you see some strange things at 2-0, don't you? Because nobody needs an instruction from their manager. You're 2-0 down, 15 minutes to go. Spennymoor are going to give it everything now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, for the last 5 minutes, I think they look like a beaten team. And, obviously the manager's brought on some fresh legs to try and change that, because, people have said 2-0 down, you played well when you were 2-0 down, and that's because it's easy. But actually, in a game like this, you've got to throw everything at it. So this isn't done yet.
In comes the free kick. One in the air by Kwame Thomas, and he finds Frost, who hooks it over his head and clears the ball forward. Only Barrett forward for shots, and he's not going to get across and shut down the Spennymoor player. It's sent out to the right-hand side, where it is one in the air by Tyler Frost, and he cushions a header into the path of Josh Barrett, who does well, turns and then invites the prod into touch from Spennymoor Town. Aldershot take the throw quickly. Steve, as a Shots fan, did you dare to dream that the Shots might take the lead? Did you dare to dream they might get a second as well? And did you dare to dream that they might go into the final 14 minutes 2-0 up?
Well, that is perfection, isn't it? That is the ideal scenario, not just hanging on, not having to come from behind, but having that 2-goal cushion. I think for everybody, for fans, for players, for the manager, that's absolute perfection. These are the sort of scenarios that you work on in training, how to see out games. That phrase, that most modern of footballing phrase, is game management. That it's something that Aldershot Town will have prepared for. And yeah, as a fan, you absolutely dream of this. You don't want the tension, the nerves, the usual emotions of supporting Aldershot Town. This is most alien for the Shots, being almost comfortable in a game of such magnitude. But Tommy Widrington's not resting on his own laurels. He's about to make another substitution. Looks like Maxi Mullins is about to come on, someone who's got all the energy that you could want on this energy sapping turf, and fresh legs could be so crucial as we go into the final 15 minutes.
This afternoon's crowd, the total attendance at Wembley this afternoon has been announced. It's an astonishing 38,600, of which pretty much the 18,000 of them are here in red and blue, as the Shots now are looking good value for a 2-goal lead going into the final 12 minutes or so plus added time. On a day where so many Shots fans are here, but we remember so many that can't be here, that perhaps held the dream of the Shots playing at Wembley. Here's the ball forward. Kwame Thomas is held off in the penalty area. Nothing's given. I promised, as the referee stops play, I'd give a mention. Dave Eckett said, please could you mention my father, John Eckett, who is 83 years old and been a lifelong Shots fan for 75 years. Due to recent ill health, he has not got the strength to make it to Wembley today, but he's soldiered on this season, making as many games as possible. He said it's been a tough last few weeks, as his mum Hazel has now been taken ill as well. But Dave, Julie, Karina and boys will be shouting for him here at Wembley today. And John Eckett, your family loves you and you love the Shots, and your beloved Shots are 11 minutes away from not just coming to Wembley, but winning the FA Trophy. Here is Spennymoor, just inside the Aldershot Town half. Shots in a good out-of-possession shape as Rhys Staunton plays the ball down the left. Armitage almost wins it, and Staunton gets the ball again. He's got Aaron Jones for close company. Prods the ball back to Shrimpton. Shrimpton moves forward, cuts inside, held up on the edge of the area, a reverse pass, maybe a shot here, right-footed from Spennymoor. It's blocked by Theo Widrington, and then he clears away instinctively. Probably didn't know a lot about it, but he put his body on the line, he put his foot in the right place, and here's Woodhouse breaking forward on the left-hand side. He's been shut down. Frost plays it forward, and it's cut out again. Frost plays it forward again. This time he'll find Woodhouse. Woodhouse sends it inside to Corbett. Corbett intelligently sweeps it out to Aaron Jones. Into the 80th minute we go. Aldershot Town 2, Spennymoor 0. Kai Corbett down the right-hand side. Plays the ball in to Barrett. Barrett takes it into the penalty area. Will he try and put a cross in? He holds it up, comes towards the corner flag. Eventually goes back to Aaron Jones. Jones goes back to Henry. Henry back to Jones. Jones back to Henry and back again. Aldershot keeping possession. They send it inside to Theo Widrington. He goes back to Armitage, and Armitage sticks out a tired leg and looks for a return pass to Aaron Jones. Can't find him. The ball's in touch, and we're going to stand now, the Shots fans, and thank James Henry, who assisted the first goal. His afternoon is over. Max Mullins to come on, and with his thoughts on James Henry's contribution at Wembley, Steve Gibbs.
He created the first goal, and that's the quality that James Henry's got. One of the top assisters in the National League this season, one of the best creative players in the National League this season, and it is fitting that he's done it on the biggest, most important stage of all. And yeah, whether he's with Aldershot Town next season or not, and I think everybody hopes he is, he's made a magnificent contribution this season. And now Maxi Mullins, fresh legs at the other stage of his career, the opposite stage of his career to James Henry, but his energy, his work rate will help see Aldershot Town through these remaining 9 or so minutes.
Strong header from Ellison, finds Barrett, holds it up, gives it to Frost. Corbett's out on the left-hand side, sends the ball in. Brad James jumps, is impeded by a combination of Kwame Thomas and Max Mullins, and referee Lewis Smith gives Spennymoor a free kick. Fair challenge, Tim, wasn't it?
Yeah, as a striker, I mean, yeah, he's protected far too much, aren't they? He's caught it, dropped it, and given a free kick, very soft. But, you know, Tommy's shuffled his back again. Frost has gone into the middle again. Kai Corbett out wide into wing back, and just getting legs in the crucial places now. Because at the moment, as long as they don't give Spennymoor a sniff, they look like they're in control, complete control of this game.
Yeah, well, just about 15-20 yards into the Aldershot half, Aldershot have given away a free kick. Meanwhile, we're going to see another substitution for Spennymoor. Callum Ross is coming on for Matty Dolan.
Yeah, that'll be pretty much a straight swap. Ross is a versatile player, can play on the wing, but mostly a holding midfield player, which certainly Dolan is, so perhaps just fresh legs in that midfield.
Aldershot Town agonisingly close to victory underneath the arch here at Wembley. 99 years of history, old club and new, old Wembley and new. They've never been here. Today they've come, they've taken their time, they've settled into the game, they've scored first, they've backed it up with a second, and there is another substitution for Spennymoor Spennymoor Town. Dan Rowe comes on, Ben Beals comes off.
Yeah, straight swap at centre half.
And now we'll have that Spennymoor free kick. It's clipped up to the left-hand side. Kwame Thomas is back there, wins it in the air, then clears it forward, held up by Barrett. He's twisted and turned and played it into a bit of space for Mullins to chase. Mullins is going to get there first, is he? No, he's just shaken off, but he comes again. Oh, and he's pushed onto the ball. And the referee thinks that Mullins had impeded the Spennymoor Town player. And I'll tell you what, I think the referee's had a good game this afternoon, but I don't see the foul that he's seen there, Steve. Do you?
No, I think that both players were being physical in trying to gain an advantage in their chase for the ball, but for me, that was 50-50.
OK, here's Spennymoor coming down the right-hand side, and they might wriggle free here, they might get across in, and it comes. It's cut out behind, and Spennymoor Town have got what I make just their second corner of the match, Steve. The first one was quite early on in the game, and a few nervous moments here for Aldershot Town and their 18,000 expectant now fans. 84.5 minutes gone. Aldershot Town 2, Spennymoor 0. Jack Barham putting the shots ahead, and Dan Ellison with his first shots goal, a header from a Barrett corner, doubling the lead. Now they have a corner to defend. In it comes, left-footed to the far post. The header is wide behind, and it will be a goal kick to Aldershot Town. Just a little personal moment. I'm delighted that my youngest son Dean could make it down from Leeds today, and I managed to meet up with him briefly before the game, along with my brother Patrick and my nephew Jamie, and I know my mother and father Anne and Tony Worrell are listening at home. My eldest son Matt is in Las Vegas at a wedding, but he's following, he's messaging, and he's just told me that his own beloved Peterborough United have been to Wembley 5 times and won every time. He said, shots on track for Posh's record, 100% at Wembley. Brief personal moment aside, thanks for your support, guys. Here's the shots winning a header up towards Josh Barrett, but he cushions a header straight into the path of a Spennymoor player. Corbett tries to get back, but Spennymoor continue down the right hand side. They look to get across into the far post, and it's cushioned back by the head or chest, I'm not sure which, of the shot skipper Aaron Jones and Steve Gibbs. Aaron Jones down there is 4 minutes plus added time away from being assured that he is going to be lifting that rather sparkling trophy down there.
Yeah, excellent composed defending, while the calmest man in this stadium, and the shots so very close. Spennymoor haven't really got going in this second half.
Flick on from Kwame Thomas, finds Barrett. Oh my word! Josh Barrett has his moment. He scores his 19th goal of the season. He's just volleyed it over the keeper and in. And the Aldershot Town supporters are in raptures. Now they know it's done. They're 3-0 up going into the final 3 minutes. Aldershot have got the icing on the cherry, on the cake. Aldershot Town 3, Spennymoor Town 0.
What a moment, Josh Barrett. The players telling Josh Barrett to go forward and take the acclaim, take the adulation of his fans. What a finish. That is the sort of thing that you dream about, the sort of thing that Josh was talking about to both me and Tim Durrans during the week, the sort of moment that players dream of, that Tim has done, scoring a brilliant goal, scoring the decisive goal, and now 18,000 red and blue fans believe, they know that Aldershot Town's name is on the Isuzu FA Trophy. And the next 5 minutes and the whole of this evening is going to be a party.
Steve's about to lose it. I'm holding on. Let's go to Tim Sills.
Yeah, I mean, get to the Crimea, that's all I can say. Just absolutely fantastic. You know, Kwame Thomas, great desire to win that ball in the air and put Josh Barrett through, and what a finish. I mean, you dream of these moments at Wembley.
Oh, Spennymoor in here, good block from Ellison. Ball comes back into the far post and beyond.
Yeah, you dream of those moments at Wembley, and to do it on his left foot into the far corner. I mean, that is a Wembley classic for the ages. And to wrap up the game over, enjoy the last 6 or 7 minutes, because Aldershot have got to Wembley and, like you say, 100% record lifting a trophy.
Tim Sills, be ready, because Steve Gibbs is losing it. I'm not far behind you. You might finish this commentary. 4 words on Josh Barrett's strike. A thing of beauty. And you won't do it now, Shots fans. You're too busy. You'd be too busy raising a glass. There's a wonderful moment for Aldershot Town's goalkeeper, Jordi van Stappershoef, as Aldershot Town bring off Marcus Dewhurst, who gets a hug from the goalkeeping coach, Dave. Jordi van Stappershoef comes on. A lovely, lovely touch there. But when you get a moment later on in the week, Shots fans, look back to the highlights of the game against Yeovil when Josh Barrett takes a free kick and it goes just over the bar. And I turned to you, Steve, and I said, you know what, maybe he's saving one more magical moment for Wembley. He did, and he saved it to the 88th minute, and he's put Aldershot Town 3-0 up and beyond dreamland.
Yeah, Josh Barrett, he's a showman. Picks his time, picks his moment, picks his spot. And I never had Tommy Widrington down as a man of sentiment or sentimentality, but it is a brilliant moment that Jordi van Stappershoef gets to take his moment in the sun. He's very much had to play second fiddle all of this season, and it's probably going to be farewell to Aldershot Town for him, but again, what a moment.
5 added minutes, and Mullins is sent forward here. All players forward. Frost, saved by the feet of Brad James, who's about to be replaced, the other goalkeeper as well. He's signing off with a save. Tyler Frost had the opportunity to put Shots 4-0 up. Credit to Brad James, he makes the save. as Graham Lee follows Tommy Widrington in a moment of sentiment, and he's going to bring on his other goalkeeper as well. Ball's played forward. Mullins almost brings it down to good effect inside the penalty area. And, Mullins has got it again. Down by the left side, squares it in. It's going to be cleared away. Theo Widrington wins the header, sends it out to the right-hand side to Kai Corbett. Corbett can go one-on-one against his man. He's got the legs, he's cutting in, he's got to finish if he wants it. Let's fly with a shot, and it's just over. We are a minute just over into 5 added minutes. Aldershot Town have not just come to Wembley for the first time in their 99-year history. They are about to conquer it. Ollie Scott, out injured for more than 3 months, is also, having been named on the substitute bench today, going to get on in these last moments. Prior to that, Brad James, the Spennymoor goalkeeper, is replaced by Ryan Johnson. But Ollie Scott will now replace Tyler Frost, who will probably hang his head for a moment because Stevie had his moment. But it won't matter. He's played his part to get the shots here. And the shots are going to see victory.
They are, absolutely, yeah. It's fantastic to see Ollie Scott back. We thought he was gone for the season, but making his comeback again, perfect timing. And yeah, Tyler will feel he should have scored. Good save by Brad James, but Ryan Johnson, 18 years old, as far as I can tell, making his Spennymoor debut at Wembley. What a moment for the 18-year-old.
Flick on from Kwame Thomas to Max Mullins. He's into the area, he clips a shot, he's beaten away by the substitute goalkeeper for Spennymoor Town, Ryan Johnson, behind the goal away to our right. Another corner for the shots. You might even get a few olays from the crowd here because the shots just don't do this, but they're 3-0 up with 2 added minutes of the 5 left. The Shots supporters and 1 or 2 of us here in the media box beyond Dreamland trying to hold it all together. Barrett to take the corner. He plays it short to the feet of Kai Corbett. Corbett skips in and then he's just going to be dispossessed, but he's won it back. He's rolled again, tries another shot. That's just over. He's had a couple of little half chances. He's had his moments in the FA Trophy this season, Stephen. He's played his part as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many players who have played their part in this season in what is becoming a glorious season in Aldershot Town's greatest ever moment.
The TV cameras here zoom in on Jack Barham, who's sitting on the bench right now, and he knows his team are going to go on to victory. He put them ahead 2 minutes into the second half. Since then, the Shots, well, somehow they've sent their supporters into raptures because Dan Ellison has put them 2-0 up, and Josh Barrett has scored with one of his specials. Can they keep a clean sheet as well? Oh, beaten away by Dewhurst. Good effort on target from Spennymoor. It's going to come back in again, headed away by Luca Woodhouse. Heavy touch and cleared up and away by Ollie Scott. Oh, lovely touch from Max Mullins, finds Barrett. Barrett surely then is fouled as Aldershot were about to have a 3-on-2. Theo Widrington's down, prone. I think cramp might have got the better of him.
Yeah.
The official player of the match is about to be announced, and it's Jack Barham. They've missed the word off his name, Steve. Super Jack Barham. Very nearly had his thunder stolen by Josh Barrett, who's scored the goal to complete his very own highlights reel. 3-0 Shots, seconds to go.
Yeah, and credit there, you said Dewhurst. It was Van Stappershoef with that brilliant save.
Of course it was.
That preserves the clean sheet. And that's probably what will please Tommy as much as the 3 goals.
Here's Mullins battling away for a ball. It'll drift over him. There's the final whistle. And Aldershot Town have done it. I don't think the 18,000 fans can believe it, even if they were 3-0 up. Going into the 5 minutes added time, Theo Widrington rips off his shirt, waves it above his head. Flags are being waved, fists are being pumped. And Aldershot Town have done it. They've won the FA Trophy on their very first visit to Wembley. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to pass it on to Steve Gibbs. You better keep it together now, fella.
Oh, yeah. Aldershot Town, they've not just graced Wembley. In the end, they've won at a canter, and they've deserved every moment that they're going to get, whether here this afternoon, outside the stadium, back in Aldershot, in the bars around Aldershot, yes, the Crimea and all of the bars in town, and who knows whether the Ebb Lounge will be open this evening, because these players are now Aldershot Town legends. And a quiet first half, a cagey, tentative first half, but you'd hope, you think now, that was by design, because they have come out in the second half and they have dominated this game. They have made Spennymoor look very ordinary, which they are not. They are an excellent team with plenty of quality from front to back, and Aldershot Town have imposed themselves on this second half, and in the end they have won at a canter and made it look like the easiest thing in the world, like they do this every season, not once in 99 years. And now Aaron Jones is about to be, of all of the Aldershot Town greats, of all of the Aldershot FC greats, no one previously has stepped up at Wembley and lifted a trophy. And now Aaron Jones is about to get that very, very great honour.
Brilliant commentary from Rob Worrell, brilliant descriptions. Steve, great emotion. More from you in a moment. Tim Sills, you know all about scoring and winning at Wembley, but as a player, as we touched on before the game started, you know, you're red and blue a little bit inside. Your emotions today, because you know John McGinty, Mike Pusey, all these people, so many who've been and gone and won't get to see this moment.
Yeah, and people who built the foundations of this Phoenix club, and we'll be looking down and just, you know, we know that they're here with us now, because everyone connected to Aldershot deserves to share this moment. You know, there's been some great moments in this club's history, but you know, this is incredible. 18,000 fans making incredible noise. I mean, we talked before the game about getting to Wembley is the main thing. Now let's change that. Winning at Wembley in front of this crowd for this incredible football club. Days don't get much better than this in non-league football, and this is why non-league finals day is such a special day for moments like this.
Heartbreak earlier today for AFC Whiteleaf. I said at the start, there are those that are beaten and those that are victorious. It's the Shots who are standing now, all the players and clapping. Tommy Widgington in front of the 18,000 red and blue army. There's more up in the neutral zone, up in some of the other tiers. A huge turnout for the North East Hampshire club. Let's go pitch side to Cameron Anderson-Jones.
Thank you very much, Tim. A moment that I noticed was that Tommy Widrington and Theo Widrington at full time, they just hugged each other by the side of the pitch. The others were taking it in, but it meant a moment to both of them, manager and player. In front of me, everyone's just waiting now. They've stopped cheering. They want the trophy. They don't want any more. Josh Barrett now getting an Aldershot Town flag from one of the fans. I saw Tetek getting a flag as well. A real fan favourite, Josh Barrett. What a strike it was to top off. What an amazing day, as all of them now go towards the fans to the right-hand side of us. Amazing atmosphere, amazing day, and Aldershot Town have done it.
Cameron ready to get reaction, as he says, probably after the trophy lift. In a moment, we hope to have that on the screens in the next 5-10 minutes. Rob Worrell will describe the trophy lift. They'll then come back down in front of the Isuzu FA Trophy winners plinth that's been put in front of the 18,000 red and blue army. They will then raise the trophy down here as well, and it will be special, as we've been saying. Rob, you noticed Geordie Van Stoppenshorff going off. We had his dad on earlier. We've got him, I think, lined up for the breakfast show. That will be with James Cannon and Kerry in the morning. It's a 23, 24, 30-man situation. You mentioned some people who heartbroken, they're injured or not available today, but they've all played a part in the trophy run, but also in the collective, that they're getting Tommy Widgeman back on his feet, getting the club here this season to Wembley and then winning.
Absolutely, Tim. This is a moment for all of them, for all the players, the ones down there in suits and on crutches, and the ones who've played before, like Tim, and whoever's ever worn the red and blue of Aldershot Town, enjoy this moment, because it's been an awfully long time in the coming. But it's here now, and the shots haven't just come here and won. In the end, Tim, they've done it in style, and they've done it with a bit of pizzazz from Josh Barrett. His 19th goal of the season might just be the best. And my goodness me, there's going to be some celebrations tonight, roughly between here and in the line on the way back to North East Hampshire.
Steve Gibbs, Aldershot fan, has been with us all afternoon. He's been with us really on and off for the last 15-20 years. You were at St James's Park in Exeter with Gavin. You've been. Is this up there? Is this the moment?
Oh, massively up there. It's in the top one. Yeah, you could argue that. I think Exeter returning to the Football League, which was the holy grail when Graham Brookland and Terry Owens had their crazy idea to start a new football club even before the old Aldershot FC had officially gone bankrupt. It's in the top, probably the top 2 or 3, yeah. And this is for those players who played a mile down the road maybe at Wembley FC in the early mid-90s, who would never have dreamed of coming to the National Stadium. They've played in the shadow of the National Stadium, but now their successors have come here and done the red and blue so proud. Aldershot Town have been to some footballing outposts relatively in the 33 years since their formation, but it's not very often that they grace the National Stadium and they impinge upon the national footballing consciousness. But they've done themselves hugely proud this afternoon, and the town has done themselves proud by coming out in such numbers and supporting with so much passion, and the whole community. I've seen people say that rarely has the whole community felt so united behind a common cause, and hopefully football can have a benefit for the whole town. Whether it's tomorrow night, whether it's in the years to come, they can absolutely unite behind a football team that they can be proud of.
Tim, before the game we heard a very moving interview in James's show with Josh Barrett that we touched on. He said how he was losing it. He was having issues, drinking too much. His wife sorted him out. He had the birth of his daughter 2 years ago. Family are here today. It grounds a player, doesn't it? It grounds anyone in any job. But today is where the family get to share that, because often you're away from home, aren't you, on the East Coast, the North Coast, the South Coast, hundreds of miles from the family on a wet Tuesday afternoon. But they're here today.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be more special than that. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to deal with a lot yourself, but ultimately they're always the ones in the background that will support you, whether they're there or not. You know that they're going to be the ones that are going to pick you up. They're going to be the ones that are the rocks behind you, and they're the ones that you've got to enjoy this with. I always remember after we lost the first trophy final, and I came up and I had a newborn son, and I was past him in the bar in Wembley, and I was told that was ultimately what mattered, and they didn't pass him to me the year after when we won the playoff final, funny enough. But that is, that without your family and without your friends and the support, there is no way you could do it. It's a tough life. Being a professional footballer is incredible, but there are times where you need to lean on those, and to be able to share a moment like this with them. I remember doing it myself. I celebrated my goal in front of them. There is nothing better than looking up in the crowd at this moment and seeing them smiling back at you.
That's the voice of Tim Sells. We are watching always quite moving pictures of the Spennymoor Town players going up to receive their, I hate the word losers medals, runner-up medal, that's the word. Today, in a way there's no losers. This has been a huge achievement for Spennymoor Town. They've won the Vase, they've tried and better it and win the trophy. They've fallen short against a very good shot side this afternoon, a side in a league above them. If you are tuning in for Dotun Adebayo, we will join him in the next probably 10-15 minutes or so, but we have the trophy lift coming up in a moment's time. Cameron is pitch side for player reaction. We've been told that we'll get those players after they lift the trophy. He'll then get amongst the fans, and then we will all sign off. I don't know about you, but I'm off to the Crimea pub tonight. BBC Radio Surrey, good afternoon. Early evening now as the sun just glinting over the stadium, and the Aldershot players, one by one, slowly but surely, shaking hands as they go up the steps to collect, Rob Worrell, the Isuzu FA Trophy for the first time in their history at Wembley, for the first time in their history.
They came, they saw and they conquered, and they're led up the steps by Aaron Jones. And so many players have played their part. There was the starters and the finishers on the day, but let's not forget the starters and the finishers of the season. There's one or two of those boys at the back of that queue in suits are going to have to hobble up those steps on crutches. Our heart goes out to you. Ollie Harfield, Ryan Jones, Christian Maghoma, and so many more, Steve, that have been able to start the season but not able to finish it.
Yeah, and they've made huge contributions. Ashley Akpan, Luke Jenkins, they've all more than played their part, and they deserve the adulation. They deserve to be part of this. They deserve winners' medals, because whether they've played in this competition or not, they've all been part of the group. And I'm sure Tommy will be the first to acknowledge the contribution of the entire squad. And now Aldershot Town players disappearing from view as they go round the corner to take the final few stairs up to the victory podium.
And we'll have to watch on the screens because we're slightly underneath that level, but we've got wonderful TV pictures that are giving us close-ups. There's Brad Dollahan and Uwekwe, who haven't played much of a part at all, but they are a part of this squad. Sometimes, Tim Sills, you have to support in a different way, don't you? You have to be that supportive voice in the dressing room, don't you? You can't always be out there kicking the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's the toughest thing being a player that's not necessarily been involved in the day, but yeah, you're right. You know, it's a whole squad that wins it. As a manager now, I am more aware of that than ever before, that, you know, you're only as strong as the players that probably aren't even involved. And yeah, you need it throughout the squad, that encouragement, that belief, that togetherness, and they will all be absolutely delighted at the part that they've played today.
Will Armitage is the first shots player along, shaking hands and moving along as the players will do some wonderful grins. Will Armitage swiftly followed by Theo Widrington, and then Kwame Thomas, and then James Henry, who's finally come to Wembley and played and won. Kai Corbett, Max Mullins both got on. Tyler Frost had an opportunity to put whatever you put on top of the icing, on top of a cherry, on top of a cake, but he couldn't take it. Josh Barrett, yes, Josh, you completed your very own highlights reel of the most wonderful goals probably any player's ever scored at any level in a season. He plants a kiss on the cheek of his teammate Theo Widrington. The shots team are lined up along the balcony, and the moment will very soon be here. Ollie Bray, Dan Ellison, who pretty much sealed the deal with that second goal, who saved his first Aldershot Town goal for today. That put him 2-0 up, and Aldershot went on to win it 3-0 with that goal just a few minutes from time from Josh Barrett, who will win the Aldershot Town Golden Boot. The Oars have started, but Aldershot Town are missing one key component of lifting that trophy, and that is the captain, Aaron Jones, who's not in position just yet. He's the reason for the very slight delay. I'm sure he's not too far behind. Shots fans listening around the country, around the world. Just look at this. Everybody poised. Cameras, journalists, photographers, supporters. Here are us in the media. And here, finally, we're going to see Aldershot Town lift the FA Trophy. Still we await Aaron Jones. And he lifts it to the 18,000 shots faithful, punches the air. And finally, you can believe it, Shots fans. Finally, your side has come to Wembley. And finally, you've won the final. It's all about the final, and it's about being winners at Wembley. And our heart goes out to Spennymoor Town, but it's Aldershot Town's day as the players pass the trophy along the balcony, and well, it just beggars belief. A final word from you, Steve Gibbs, as the team you've supported, as I have for many, many years. And there's Mark Butler, not too far away, big grin on his face, plays his part week in, week out.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Mark, a legend on the pitch, nearly got to Wembley himself in the FA Vars some 30 odd years ago, but now he's still part of the club, still a huge part of the club, and I thought it was fitting, it was lovely, it was beautiful that Aaron Jones allowed vice-captain Ollie Harfield to share the moment lifting the trophy, that he relinquished one hand on that trophy to allow Ollie Harfield his part in that historic moment when Aldershot Town finally get their hands on the Isuzu FA trophy at Wembley Stadium. A beautiful moment, a magnificent moment, and yeah, drink it in, Shots fans, because this doesn't happen very often. It's a once in a lifetime occasion and the sort of thing that you dream of as football fans. Unless you do support one of the big four in the Premier League, this sort of thing doesn't happen very often, apart from, of course, if you're Peterborough United, when it happens quite frequently. But yeah, for Aldershot Town, this is a beautiful moment.
Steve, quite a few people, I spoke to Shahid Azeen, to Mark Butler, even Tommy Winchland, they know this 18,000, they won't all be there, on August the 3rd, 4th for the first game of the home season or whatever, but more might come. And the club, we talked about closing in 92, the administration in 2013, that they only just survived, people giving up their holiday money to keep the club alive. They need more money coming through the gate. The gates are pretty good doing some of the big games this season. You do want to see more people in the town, those communities you talked about, the Muslim Alliance, Nepalese, the whole town needs to stay behind the club for the next couple of years to support them, because it is hard, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is really hard.
You've helped run the club, you know what it's like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always run on a shoestring. It doesn't exist, or it only exists because of its volunteers. And any club at this level, I'm sure all of Tim's teams at Wimborne, at Torquay, they exist on the strength of their volunteers. But on the pitch, Aldershot Town need extra fans to come through, and Tommy said if 10% of the extra fans here today think, I love my day out at Wembley, I'll go back and watch those players in August, then that can be the building blocks to help Aldershot Town back into the Football League.
The voice of Steve Gibbs. The players are now emerging. The trophy celebration presentation is done on the tier above us. They come down the old, remember it used to be 39 steps or whatever at Wembley, it's a lot more now, 73 or something. They come down those and they're heading towards Cameron and the pitch. We should have some reaction in the next couple of minutes. Tim, a final word perhaps from you. Thank you so much for today. Just on that note really, the fans need to stick with the club. They need to be coming next season. The club needs to keep on. You know it with Wimborne, as Steve said, everyone has to get together. There's not one person can do it.
No, absolutely, and it's Wimborne. We've been lucky. Our average attendances have gone up year on year, and it does come with a little bit of success on the pitch, of course. But it's all about the whole club uniting to create a match day experience that everybody wants to come to. And if you get 3,000-4,000 people coming to the Rec through the East Bank, then there's no atmosphere like it.
Tim Seals, he knows what it's like to win it. Let's go down and talk to a winner. He's with Cameron Anderson-Jones.
Hello Tim, they're all going down to lift it in front of all of their own fans. I've been told that we will get reaction, but not yet, because rightfully so, I suppose. They have won it. They've been waiting for this moment for years and years and years, so they want to soak it in. So I'm hoping we've only got to wait another 5 minutes or so. They'll lift it in front of the Shots fans. As soon as we can get reaction, I'll have it, don't you worry.
We'll describe the second trophy lift. Yeah, so he's spot on. The first one was done on the tier 2 right above us. They could only see it on the screen, as Rob beautifully described. Everyone had their phones out, the cameras, iPhones and everything. But now they're down on the pitch in front of the Isuzu FA Trophy winners. rostrum. Some of the players throwing water over each other. It will be champagne later. In fact, I think I can see a bottle of champagne has now been handed out. They're starting to gather behind the name winners. They're there, Aaron Jones with the trophy. All of the players flanking him. They're throwing themselves in front of each other. Some in front of the stand, some are now going back behind. The manager, Tommy Winston, is going to join in on the end, or the coaching staff. And they are getting ready. They are now standing in front of their faithful, of the red and blue army in this whole north-east quadrant. 18,000 fans, very few have gone home. They're waiting for this moment. One more video, one more photo, one more moment to take with them. 33 years ago, Graham Brooklyn and Terry Owens reformed this club. The trophy is lifted into the sky. The two goalkeepers spraying champagne over all the players, drenched, wet their hair. The trophy high into the North London sky. The fans, their hands above their heads. Phones, scarves, wigs. Aldershot Town, the winners of the FA Trophy 2025. And once again they turn towards those fans to our right who are standing, the flags waving. Aldershot Town 1992, the phoenix rising from the ashes. The emblem on the flags, scarves above their heads, flags around the necks of a couple of the players as well. What a moment this is for the Aldershot Town players. They will party long into the night. We are still waiting to get reaction from the players who could be in that corner for some time. It's a lovely moment there. Yeah, the coaching staff, Rob, are having their own moment. Tommy Winterton raises the trophy high into the sky with all his loyal commanders, as it was mentioned by Steve Gibbs earlier. Remember the people who carried Tommy after his health issues in November. Hugo Langton, Richard Dryden, the goalkeeping coaches, they're all there. And as Rob also beautifully described, one or two players hobbling on the crutches that denied them the chance to play on the Wembley turf today, to be in this moment as all the players flank the edge of the pitch 10 yards from the goal and look up high into the two tiers of Aldershot fans above them. Aldershot Town are the winners of the FA Trophy 2025. We'll have player reaction very, very soon. Got Nanabayo standing by to take over in a few minutes' time, but we do want to go off air having heard a little bit of reaction from a jubilant Aldershot Town squad. If you just tuned in, good evening. What a weekend it's been for BBC Radio Surrey. Surrey Day itself yesterday. A great day across the county. James will have highlights of that tomorrow morning on the Surrey Breakfast Show from 6. We'll have highlights of today's trophy lift for Aldershot Town. We'll reminisce on a disappointment for AFC Whiteleaf, who were eventually beaten, having led 2-1 in the FA Vars final. 1 out of 2, as Meatloaf might not have sung, ain't bad. The players having their final photograph. This time they've got their backs to the fans so that they can have the fans celebrating over their shoulders. We must put a mention for the suits today. We've touched on it a couple of times. The players who haven't played are wearing them. Edgar Jerome, 102 years young. The tailors, if you know it, if you know Aldershot, they've tailored men in Aldershot for over a century. And they have the honour of tailoring the winning team today. Let's go down pitch side to Cameron Anderson-Jones.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yes, Josh Barrett making his way towards me. Josh, congratulations first of all. Where do we start? You've came and you've conquered.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Honestly, look at this, man. Crazy. Can't believe it, honestly. Had a game plan. First half was tough. We didn't really probably do our game plan in the right way. And then second half just dominated. We're always going to make chances. And then, yeah, for me personally, to cap it off at the end with that finish. Been doing it all season, to be fair. Not to be a cocky boy, but I knew it was going to happen.
You are a special player. That's one that you'll practice. That's one that you'll try. You've got the courage to try that on the biggest stage. And today it came off and you must be one happy boy.
Well, Pat Nash just come and said to me, he just went, I'm the reason that you just scored that, because I do it to him in training every day. so no, listen, I'm someone who always try things. Gets frustrating for people. So today I should have passed it a few times, had a couple of shots, but listen, one of them's going to go in for me. So and thankfully that went in.
Spraying a bit of Theo Witherington next to us. Jack, these fans, to make history, we've been talking about the fact that you've never even been to Wembley and Aldershot Town have never come here, and then to win it, that's something completely different. And your name, as well as everyone else's name in that squad today, and the fans, it's written in history forever.
Yeah, but the main thing is, and I think this comes from every single player, every single staff member, they deserve that, them fans, you know. They've been amazing. Listen, look at this, man. Honestly, this is why this club needs to be invested in properly. I'm telling you, if this club's invested in properly, days like these will happen all the time. Give that manager some money, and I'm telling you now, we'll be a League 2 club in no time, and then days like this will happen all the time. But listen, honestly, it's such a brilliant club. I've loved it. I love playing football for Aldershot, and let's hope, like I just said, next season we can get a bit of backing and then get up that table.
It's a big day for the whole team, every single player, but a little bit individually. You spoke to us during the week about unfulfilled potential. For you to come here on the biggest stage, there is no bigger stage than Wembley, and you've come here and in front of the TV cameras and you've performed. How good does it feel for you personally?
Yeah, I unfulfilled my potential 100%. Scoring goals like that shows I unfulfilled my potential. Do you understand? So for me, like I said, I've loved every minute of being here. They've accepted me. I feel the love. I love them. And yeah, listen, all I can say is we're going to party very hard. For how many days, Fee, we're going to party? 10 days straight, baby. Let's go.
Get yourself a beer. Take care. Theo, coming to you then. These fans, they're special. 18,000 today, and they've seen you lift the trophy at Wembley.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words with it all, to be honest, because obviously we probably average about 3,000 each week at home, but to see everyone who's brought their mate, their mum, dad, grandparent, whoever it is, and the people that have come over from abroad to see this as well is, you know, they've helped us more than they know today. They've been huge for us all season, you know, when we've had a few dips, but today's an unbelievable day for the football club, and I'm so pleased for everyone connected with it.
And it was a tough first half, wasn't it? But in the second half, I think we really saw vintage Aldershot Town, and I think anybody around the stadium knew if the Aldershot Town turn up that we know, they could properly blow Spennymoor away today, and that's what you did in the second half. Yeah, I think obviously it was a final. It was quite cagey to start with. I think we kept the ball well, but didn't do much with it in the first half. We had a chat inside and said, you know, we need to kind of break the lines and try and play forward a bit quicker. And you know, we've done that within 3 minutes of coming out of from half time. So yeah, look, when you've got players like Jack Barham, Josh Barrett, James Henry, Kwame Thomas to bring off the bench, I mean, Josh's goal epitomises what his ability is in this team, and when you've got someone like him in the team, you always have a chance of winning a game. And you won't know this, but I bumped into your mum in the stands earlier today. Yeah, I know, I was just speaking to her, and she was like, I'm looking, I just want to support my boy, and I said, oh, who's your boy? And she said, Theo Witherington. I've got to ask, obviously your father managing the team as well, does it mean that little bit more for him to be kind of involved managing the side, and then you going out there as well? I think so. You know, we've had a tough year as a family. You know, there's no hiding that. The 2 strokes that he suffered hit us all hard as a family. So yeah, that win is extra special because, yeah, I mean, to play for him is one thing, but I want to win under him. He wants to win. He drives the standards every day. This football club can be a winning football club. I mean, the support will tell you that today. So yeah, I'm over the moon for him. I'm over the moon for everyone connected with the football club. The board, the chairman, the supporters, the players, everyone. Is this just the perfect way to I suppose, top off what has been a hard season at times? Even you say about your father's personal health, he said during the week, and he was praising the hospitals for him to be here. And this trophy, lifting it up there, this whole day, the moment, I'm sure the days after, lifting it on the bus, is it just the perfect way to top it off? A smile comes to your face. It is, because it really is, because I don't think, if someone said to me that we as a football club haven't had a good season this season, I'd strongly disagree. I think we started the season really well. We had a dip in form. We've lost some really key players. You see how many of them are on crutches at the minute.
we had a little dip. We bounced back after Christmas and did really well for a spell. We never thought we were going to be anywhere near the drop, but we also had this on the back of our minds for the last 6 to 8 weeks. So, you know, it's a credit to the people who coach, management staff, the coaches, everyone involved in that, because they've had to drive standards, you know, not let it drop. Our captain Aaron, who sets the standard every day, and obviously James Henry being the senior pro that he is. So I'm not going to stop celebrating this for a while, no.
Enjoy it, drink it in. Thank you very much. Tim, there you go. There's Theo Widrington and Josh Barrett. We'll still try and get you Tommy Widrington. But that's for now.
Yeah, great stuff. We think Tommy Widrington is taken off by telly, so we'll give it another couple of moments to see if we can get him. But if not, we will be going off air fairly soon. But let's go back down pitch side. We have another one of the goal scorers. Cameron.
Well, congratulations on the win. A goal scorer as well. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a massive game for the club. And we'll go down in history. We won 3-0 at Wembley. And it's an absolutely brilliant result. And obviously, I'm absolutely buzzing with my goal as well.
To be at the start of your career and to come to Wembley so soon and win it, just what does that feel like? I suppose you could never dream to come here and win it.
Yeah, it means so much to me. I mean, we came and saw it yesterday, and I was so nervous just walking around with nothing going on. But then I saw all the fans, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. The amount of Aldershot fans, I mean, it's unheard of, and it was just unreal. Just thank you so much for the club for giving me this opportunity.
Go on then, talk us through the goal. I know you wanted it. You leapt like an absolute salmon, and it ended in the far corner. What do you remember of the moment, the celebrations? Just relive it for us.
I mean, yeah, what I remember is just trying to give him a straight arm, just get a bit of separation, and I just glanced in and went in. And my mate's been telling me to do the Meet You celebration all season. He's been saying, tomorrow you're going to do the Meet You, and all season I hadn't scored, but done it today. So yeah, I mean that was for him.
And how much do you know about the whole history of the club? And I'm sure that a lot of the boys have been telling you that the club's never been to Wembley, and I mean you didn't really seem too fazed by it, especially in the second half. The team just really kicked on, and it looked like there was probably only one team that was going to win it.
Yeah, I mean we came here with, I mean history-wise, yeah, obviously never been to Wembley. I mean it's absolutely massive for the club, and we came here, tried to control the game, and I think we did that at times. And they seemed to burn out, and then we picked them off a bit more. And yeah, towards the end of the game, it was just brilliant feeling, just 3-0 up. Unreal, absolutely unreal, yeah.
When that final whistle goes, I'm sure as a kid you've seen Manchester City, Chelsea walk up those kind of steps, go collect a trophy. For you to then be kind of in that position and going up those steps and getting your hands on the trophy yourself with your teammate, what does that feel like? A bit of a full circle moment, I suppose?
Yeah, it feels absolutely brilliant. I mean, it was when I actually come off the pitch that I started feeling like it started settling in a bit when I was going up. And
you're not going to start crying.
When it started going up, and yeah, it was unreal feeling to obviously walk up those steps. Unreal, yeah.
A final message for the fans. 18,000 of them here today, not here now, but so many of them have supported you all season, and then to come out 18,000 on the day, just a final message for them.
Yeah, unbelievable. Thank you so much for your support. Season's been up and down, but we've ended it on the highest of highs. So yeah, thank you so much.
Dan, thank you very much. All the best, all right?
So Cameron, Tommy Widrington is down by the tunnel there. Cameron's going to get over to see if we can just grab the manager before we go off air. Aaron McLean, Shots legend Rob Worrell, of course, been down there, he's been working for telly. He was saying to you before the game, he thought Shots might do this, and he's been proved right.
Yeah, I mean, he's been wonderful for this level of football, for the upper end of non-league football, and he played his part actually in making sure that this game was covered by TV today. It means that at some point after we've all travelled back and finished partying, we can go back and watch it back on TV.
I think Tommy just wants to give someone a hug in the crowd. Cameron is waiting for me. We want to hear from the manager, Tommy Widrington. If you just joined us, Dot Nuttabayor is on the way, fear not, but we're just at Wembley where Aldershot Town have won the FA Trophy by 3-0. Tommy Widrington, of course, who had a double stroke in November. We just heard from his son. He's now going to be with Cameron Anderson-Jones, pitch side at Wembley.
Yeah, Tommy, well, you've come here, you've conquered it, and you've got a 100% record at Wembley, I suppose.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm a little bit, as you can hear, a little bit hoarse, which is a problem since I had my health issues. That's something that happens. I've got to, so excuse my voice. But yeah, I thought the lads struggled a little bit in the first half to change the ball speed, and I knew that as the longer the game went on, the more that we kept the ball off them, we would run the will out of them, and that's what we did in here. I just didn't think we played enough forward passes in the first half, but second half I thought we stepped up. Once we got the goal, they obviously have to come after you a little bit then, and I thought the substitutions were all very positive, and they did well when they went on. So that, like I always say, the starters set it up, and the finishers finishes it. And you know, there's not a prouder person in this building, mate. Honestly, I'm very. I don't know what the word is because I keep forgetting words and all. That's the other thing. I'm very appreciative of the support I've had from obviously the people closest to me due to my health problems, but the people of Aldershot and the general football in public, the vast majority of them have just been nothing but supportive to me, and I really appreciate that. And to finish the year I've had with this happening today, it's like it's stuff dreams are made of. I watched Dan Burn knock one in at the far post the other week, and I thought, you know what, if I could take my lads to Wembley and do the same and win, it's great. So I know we're not from the North East as a team, but I am. So that's 2 wins for the North East, despite Spennymoor not taking it back. And I've got to give credit to Graham and his staff and their lads, by the way. We're a full-time outfit, and I know they're not. But it's no mean feat getting to this final. It's the best of the lads outside the top 4 divisions in the country. So if you look at the FA Cup, it's very rarely that you get a second-tier team into a final, because everybody in that top tier is a real opportunity to go to Wembley and win a trophy. And I think Graham's done a fantastic job, not only in the league, but he's married that with a fantastic group of lads to get them all the way to Wembley, and I wish him and his missus all the very, very, very best.
What does it mean for you personally? Because I spoke to Theo and he said that he wasn't going to lie, it's been a tough kind of season for you guys as a family, as we know about your strokes, and to come here and to almost, I suppose, top it off, and there is a bit of celebration after all of the tough times this season.
Listen, I'm pleased you've used the word Theo and not your son, because I've made this clear a lot. He's not my son when he's at work. Honestly, I don't treat him any better than the rest of them. In fact, I probably treat him a little harsher, if I'm being honest. But look, and he's earned the right to be here himself. The fact that I'm the manager is incidental. It's not in spite of me being the manager, it's despite me being the manager. If I asked the lads to pick the team, we'd be in it, I think. So, we have to be thick-skinned in football, because one day you've got this and I'm getting patted on the back and kissed in the face and champagne poured over me, and another day I'll be the worst manager in the world because we lose 1-0 away at Tamworth.
For sure, he was very, very proud. What does it mean to go over to those fans, and 18,000 of them today? I mean, we see 3,000-4,000 at the EBB, but 18 to turn out, it's incredible.
Look, it's been well documented. The town of Aldershot have been waiting to go to Wembley for 99 years. So look, further people, extended families, obviously the players have got a lot of people here, the staff have got a lot of people here, but the town of Aldershot have come out to support us, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be taking the trophy back to the EBB. There's some people over in that royal box there who've stood by me, and I really appreciate their support. But I'm made up for the lads, because this is harsh, but it's true. Wembley's about winning, and if you don't win it, I can only imagine it's got to be the worst place in the world, because it's a hell of a slap home with nothing to show. But them boys in the black and white shirts should be really proud of what they did today.
Well, you've put your name in history now. You already did it by just getting to Wembley, but like you said, you've got to actually win it once you get to Wembley. So, I mean, that squad, you talk about the squad, they will never be forgotten by any of these Aldershot fans for the rest of their lives.
I said that at half time. Listen, I'll be forgotten about because I'll move on. I'm the custodian of the manager's job, and at some point I'll move on, whether they want me to go or I want to go. But I don't want to go anywhere in a very short term, trust me. So, yeah, them players have got that. You're right, their name is in the annals of history for Aldershot Town Football Club, and listen, that's no mean feat. They've done it a couple of times in my tenure. The 7 goals at Aldershot at Swindon in the FA Cup was a huge task, and there's about 5 or 6 of them lads still playing. So yeah, listen, as you can tell, I'm absolutely delighted, but I'm running out of there.
finally, can I just ask, what are the plans for the next 24 hours, the next 48 hours? Is there a rooftop bus? Is there beers being consumed? I'm not sure.
Well, the club will be announcing anything that's going to happen tomorrow in Aldershot. I think there is something planned. It's always difficult to get that information out before the end of the game, of course, but I'm sure they're working like beavers in there to try and get enough information to the public. But I'll thank every single person, the 18,000 that came in a red and blue today. It put a lump in my throat, a massive lump in my throat. And if one in 10 of them come to our first home game in August, just look, we'll have 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people in there, and that town deserves that kind of. The football team, my football team, deserve that support after this. Like you said, they're history makers.
Tommy, thank you so much. You deserve it. All the best. Right, that was Tommy Widrington. Tim, you can hear that he was a bit emotional at full time. A historic day for Aldershot Town, and one that he is thoroughly a part of.
Yes, Cameron, him, the manager, his staff and players etched in the history of Aldershot Town. What a day at Wembley. 18,000 plus came, they saw, they conquered. They won by 3-0, the first time the club have ever played here. They are victorious. We'll have more on the breakfast show with Kerry, James and the team. Tomorrow we'll reflect on the Surrey day. But for now, as the bars in Aldershot will no doubt fill up tonight, the Shots fans are heading back to North East Hampshire, to Australia, to Saudi Arabia. A very good evening.
Sunday the 11th of May, Wembley Stadium, and what a day. And how are you feeling?
Well, mixed emotions really, very proud, nervous. Obviously it's great for the whole of Aldershot and all the fans of Aldershot to get to Wembley after 99 years, so a lot's riding on these young men's shoulders.
Very nervous, but very, very proud, very proud.
This town has united 33 years after the club was reformed from the ashes. The Phoenix is rising over Wembley. The badge is on the shirts. The players are in the tunnel. Tommy Widrington, I knew he would be, is suited and booted.
Here come the Shots at Wembley. Wonderful scenes here. 18,000 Aldershot Town fans welcome their team. In one quarter of the ground, one very, very noisy quarter of the ground. Spennymoor Town, the opposition, nearly 4,000 of their supporters here as well, and they've had a very, very long way to travel down from the northeast. Okay, we're ready to get underway here at Wembley after paying tribute to all those who've sadly lost their lives. We're underway. The Shots kicking from right to left in this first half. Here's Ramshaw picking up the ball on the left-hand side, sending it into the area, cleared away by Woodhouse. Nice first touch from Barrett into Henry. There was a moment where maybe he could have found Barham. He sends the ball in now. Barham scores for the Shots in front of the 18,000 Aldershot Town fans. As the ball came in from Henry, Barham just tried to meet it. It almost hit him as much as he hit it, but it found its way in, and the Shots are ahead here at Wembley. Barrett then with the corner in the 71st minute. Header from Ellison! Dan Ellison finally scores his first Aldershot Town goal in the 71st minute. A direct header from a corner. The Shots have doubled their lead, and if you're gonna wait so long to score your first goal for Aldershot Town, why not score it at Wembley? Flick on from Kwame Thomas, finds Barrett. Oh my word! Josh Barrett has his moment. He scores his 19th goal of the season. He's just volleyed it over the keeper and in. And the Aldershot Town supporters are in raptures. Now they know it's done. They're 3-0 up. Here's Mullins battling away for a ball. It'll drift over him. There's the final whistle. And Aldershot Town have done it. I don't think the 18,000 fans can believe it, even if they were 3-0 up. Going into the 5 minutes added time, Theo Widrington rips off his shirt waves it above his head. Flags are being waved, fists are being pumped. And Aldershot Town have done it. They've won the FA Trophy on their very first visit to Wembley. We're going to see Aldershot Town lift the FA Trophy. Still we await Aaron Jones. And he lifts it to the 18,000 Shots faithful, punches the air. And finally, you can believe it, Shots fans. Finally, your side has come to Wembley. And finally, you've won the final.
Josh, congratulations first of all. Where do we start? You've came and you've conquered.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Honestly, look at this, man. Crazy. Can't believe it, honestly. Had a game plan. First half was tough. We didn't really probably do our game plan in the right way. And then second half just dominated. We're always going to make chances. And then, yeah, for me personally, to cap it off at the end with that finish. Been doing it all season, to be fair. Not to be a cocky boy, but I knew it was going to happen.
This is it.
The teams are walking out here at Wembley Stadium.
This is what you fell in love with.
Right foot shot. What a goal.
Crystal Palace.
Unstoppable in the 6-yard box.
Versus Manchester City.
Listen to this noise inside Wembley Stadium.
The FA Cup final.
Up there with the greatest days in the club's history.
Next Saturday. Watch on iPlayer. Listen on BBC Sounds. Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Surrey,
and on your radio.
The sound of Surrey is
BBC Radio Surrey.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. President Zelensky says he'll meet Vladimir Putin in Istanbul on Thursday for talks on ending the war in Ukraine without preconditions after a sudden intervention by Donald Trump. Mr. Zelensky had previously said a full ceasefire had to begin tomorrow ahead of any meeting. Our World Affairs correspondent Joe Inwood reports.
It seems President Trump's unconventional, uncompromising approach to international diplomacy may be bearing fruit. Over the weekend, Ukraine's President Zelensky, alongside his European allies, called for an immediate 30-day ceasefire. President Putin's response was to offer talks, but no truce. That was followed by President Trump, as ever the diplomatic unknown, saying that Ukraine should go to the talks without conditions and questioning their willingness to do a deal. Volodymyr Zelensky's reply, "I'll see you in Istanbul."
The care sector has described the government's plans to end the overseas recruitment of staff as cruel and short-sighted. The policy was revealed this morning by the Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. It's part of a wider government plan that'll be unveiled tomorrow in an attempt to reduce immigration. Net migration, that's the difference between people leaving the UK and those arriving, reached nearly 730,000 last year. The Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, told Sky News that voters were raging furious.
They want the boats to stop, and frankly, I think the majority of this country agree with our policy. We need to freeze immigration, get wages up for British workers, train our own people, get our own people who are economically inactive back into work. We've got 9 million people economically inactive in this country.
2 teenage boys have died after getting into difficulty in the Sea of Buncrana in the Irish Republic. They've been named locally as Emmanuel Famalola, who was 16, and 18-year-old Matt Sibanda. The RNLI says a third teenager managed to return to shore and was taken to hospital. The BAFTA Television Awards ceremony is underway at the Royal Albert Hall in London, celebrating the best in British TV. Shows broadcast in 2024 are under consideration, including The Traitors, Rivals and Sherwood. But according to the TV critic Scott Bryan, Mr Bates versus the Post Office, which dramatised the wrongful convictions of hundreds of sub-postmasters, leads the way.
I mean, that was a hugely important programme, more than 15 million viewers, but I also think was a show that was a rarity by pushing it to the top of the government's in-tray in terms of trying to create change for a huge injustice within the country. And then they are versus Baby Reindeer, which is, of course, is a huge Netflix show, easily one of the top 10 most popular Netflix shows in the UK.
In the Premier League, Liverpool and Arsenal have drawn 2-2 at Anfield. The visitors fought back from 2-0 down. Elsewhere, Newcastle are now third in the table after beating Chelsea 2-0.